Hello everyone and welcome to the Aurora Open number 4. In this tournament, I've actually designed somewhat of a special lineup where we had a stream where I talked about lineup building and actually built this lineup for you guys. Talked about all of my strategies and everything. If you want to check out that stream, check out the link in the top right corner of this video. I talked about all of the strategies that I usually go through when I construct a lineup, and we built one together based on lists that I haven't won with yet in a recent past. So I won't describe them too much here, you can check that out in that video, but very briefly put, we designed a lineup that's has some counters to flyers, where we've got a mechs list and a Rakoans list, with those destructive volley add-ins in the Rakoans, some sort of counter to flyers, maybe monstrosity as well. We've got some counters to red, in the Reaver list, and the green-blue beasts, sort of a tempo-oriented green-blue beasts, and both of these lists have high HP stat lines, so they should be relatively good into red. And then in case I need to take down any big titans or large statted decks, we also have the Reaver serving another purpose where it's got those Frogifies in there. It plays a very slow, grindy match, so it can compete with other slower matches, and most slow decks at least. And then we even have the Rakoans list, which can be a backup, where we've got that Laya in there with Death Touch for taking down a big titan, and Crystal Spice can also plop into meteors, so we've got some slow countery matchups as well for ourselves. But anyways, again, I'm not going to talk too much about this, you can check that out in the video. Let's get into the tournament, see how this list performs, and hope you enjoy. Alright, welcome everyone, welcome into the tournament, the Aurora Open number 3. We're going to get started in the round of 8 against Zote in the best of 3. Now, if you haven't seen already, I'm bringing a lineup today that I talked about on stream, and we did a big lineup building stream a couple days ago, where I talked about how to construct a lineup, how to construct a competitive lineup, and so that's what we're looking at here today. We're going to see how well we do with that lineup we constructed. So, we need to analyze some things. We got red, greens, kind of looking at banning the red, yellow. We have answers to mono red stuff. I mentioned that red, yellow, angry is something I'm not super strong into. I don't think this is particularly angry. It could be. We can analyze these numbers, say like 26, 33. So there's 3 dual colored cards in this. I suppose it is still possibly angry. So I think we'll go for the ban on this one. One thing I didn't mention in that last stream is counting these colors and how these colors work as well. So these colors show every color, or they will give you a count of 1 towards that color if there's that land symbol in the creature. Let me give an example. So Shifting Octopus has green and blue in the land symbols. It will give a count of 1 to green and blue, both of them. If you have like a wild card though, like say Ancient Boar, that's wild and green, it'll only give a count of green. If you have a pure wild card, it'll give the count of neutral. So we can use that to kind of calculate how many multicolored cards there are. So that's what I was doing over with this left list. We can add all these numbers up to 33, and that means that there's 3 multicolored cards. So we can use that information to our advantage, figure out what that archetype is. But we're going to lock in that ban on the red-yellow. We have a Reaver banned, so we need to leave this green-blue beast open to counter the red. Now we are in a best of 3, so we have to be careful about which decks we're choosing to use here. I want to save the green-blue beasts in reserve for the red, like I mentioned. So we need to either pick mechs or Rakoans to start. We need to think about our matchups as a whole. Since it's a best of 3, we want to kind of predict what he's going to play. If he plays the red into our Rakoans, we're in a really bad spot. So I kind of want to start with the mechs. Mechs can survive a lot of things. Well, it can survive the reds, Rakoans less so. So we're going to start with the mechs. And he starts with beasts. So this one has 4 multicolored cards, it looked like. So what could that be? Is there Frog Tosser in this list? There could also, it could be like a Rakoan, the Rakoan recruiter, maybe it's like a Rain of Fish list, some green-blue swarm. There's a few options. Great, we got a starting creature. Now, Hellfire into this matchup's pretty bad. If you watched on stream a couple days ago, I was keeping the Hellfire in my opening hand, just because it's okay at taking out some stuff, but not into big stats. We're gonna toss this. We'll just keep the Airbot and Map Dealer. Airbot's a good combo piece. This card is not as good into Deepwood Stalker, which might be run in this list. But we'll see. Okay, unlikely it's Swarm, since the starting land came down. So it's probably more so Jump. I think we are still going to start with the center land, though. This land is just excellent for Airbot dashes and such. Emissary. Interesting. Alright. We're gonna roll with the Map Dealer. So I'm gonna expect that there are Deepwood Stalkers in this list. So I might want to hang on to this guy. Or I just play it, and we have like a Flame Burst lined up in the future on this. But I think I'm just gonna hang on to it, because I'm pretty convinced there's gonna be Deepwood Stalker in the list when this guy's involved. Okay, we will continue this way. No need to invest the Explorer just yet. And just pass like that. So I'll try my best to be more explanatory in this tournament, maybe, because since I just did a learning stream earlier, creates a 3/5 jump. So with this list that I'm playing here, this is kind of more of a combo deck. We build up a lot of cards in hand to try and get some big combo clears. A little bit more awkward against chunky stat lines, especially like 5 HP is a bit more difficult to deal with. But here, I think I'm gonna drop a Fairy just to defend against this guy. There's no reason to be hasty with airpods and detonates, that's super expensive. So we're going to take a step back. Yeah, we could invest the Explorer just to get the Mountain more aggressive. Yeah, I like that. And again, there's no reason to play the airbots. We're just going to build up to some sort of combo with detonate plays. And hanging on to the airbot is perfect for that. So from here on out, we just need to continue drawing. We've hit our land cap, and I really just need combo pieces now. Getting this down to 4 HP is really important, because even numbers are a lot easier to deal with for the mechs. We got a lot of 2 damage sources. Really excellent also that all of this combat is happening on left side here. Aridin can be a problem. But we get to avoid this emissary for now, so he doesn't get to cash in on the value. Does get to cash in on that Aridin though. So I would expect to see Frog Tosser in this list. That's a big boy. Wait, what? Wait, was that a mistake? What just happened? He just failed a grizzly? What? What happened? I'm so confused. We get to corrupt here, so this is actually quite worth the airbot proc, I think. I could build another mountain just to develop Captain. It's not really worth it, though. So, I mean, airbot's not doing anything on right side. We just do double airbot and detonate. It's expensive, but we get a lot from this. We get to develop a aggressive mountain this way, and develop the Captain, and we get to collect. It's just pretty powerful. Could even go for a second clear, but I'm not really too concerned about it. We'll save our removal pieces for later. So, I have no idea why that grizzly got failed there. I assume it was a mistake, because there's no card interactions in the game that benefit just killing a 5/9 on the spot. Builds land for me to step on. Now, this is something you usually want to avoid. Because you've built a land bridge for me here to step on, even if you drop a creature... Oh, well, that is a big creature. Okay, fair enough. Okay, if it's a massive creature, that's okay. You're excused. But that is telling me some more information, that this list probably does run Rain of Fish. And it probably is actually a swarm list. Typically, that's what you would run with Illusion. Junk Feed is pretty good. Now, to deal with this 9-14, that's a real unfortunate pull there. We're gonna take a draw. We're probably just gonna get down a ton of value with Junk Feed stuff. I want to protect this Captain because he's in trade range, even with one buff, so we're gonna body block this guy. Let's see, 1-1 go where, though? Could send the 1-1 back. Step like this. That means we'll have to cannon carrier here. Oh. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, so we can body block with this big boy. We'll have to put Junk Feed here, so we might as well threaten a collection on this side. Dump the Junk Feed. And that looks good. So, blocking with the airbot is excellent here also because Deepwood Stalker's... Oh, I guess Deepwood Stalker is a 3/5 because of the Aridin. So it doesn't matter. So if he does have Stalker in hand, that's pretty unfortunate. He gets a value trade on the Captain. But this play at least conserves our life a little bit. So we went for an aggressive play last turn, and it would pay off in normal circumstances, but... sometimes we need to change our game plan when something like this happens, where a giant creature gets slapped down. If we're too hasty, and we just throw all of our removal tools into this to try and kill it, we burn our resources we have here, and then he just dumps a second illusion in the future that we don't have answers to anymore. So, especially when you're playing a sort of red variant of deck, you really need to build up big value to try and combat this. And Junk Feet with a bunch of swarming mechs is basically free value. It's free real estate. We will continue to draw. So I could actually take a value hit now on the Grizzly. We've got 7 damage. And then I guess we can finish with a Wrath. I want to get more stats on the Airbot here. So that looks like what I want to do. We'll just go for some more value picks. Now, the longer this game goes on, we are actually in a bad position, because the longer this game goes on, he gets to outvalue us with even more stats, which is a little bit unfortunate. But there's really not much I can do when there's a 9-power creature here. It just kind of sucks. So, yeah, we're just gonna have to hit into this, I guess. We'll take this collection because our opponent is desperate for draws. And we'll once again body block. This does have charge too. Wait, what? Oh, yeah. And then we can step this airbot up. We'll stab this way. And that's it. No need to combat anything, we're just gonna build up more stats. This is one thing to consider if you're thinking about collecting. Typically you want to play out of trade range of things, but when lands are required to be built to kill the creature, letting your opponent have to make that decision of building the land is pretty good, especially when they're desperate for card draws. If our opponent goes for a land build here, I could care less. It means we're coming up ahead, since he's not drawing as much. Kind of unfortunate we didn't top deck another mech there, though. I would have loved to get more junk feed value. Yeah, so the next time this Captain combat hits, we get a free cards, which is cool. We get a Gift of Steel. Which is only really relevant if this Captain stays alive. He does go for the land build. Does end up going for it. One thing I could have done maybe was step the junk feed to the right side to take over collections, because this cannon carrier was pretty safe. He was never dying. Ooh, Hellfire is very cool. We can go for a board clear here now. And actually, he gave me another free value trade, or value hit. So we are going to get that free card draw. And we're probably just going for a Hellfire play. Now, when you go for Hellfire, you need to make sure that the stat lines are low on all the other creatures. So I have an option here where I could just take the illusion out. I guess we go for a draw here. Map dealer. Okay. Because I do want to get that junk feed value, a little bit more junk feed value. If I can. We can also finish this with Flame Burst or Wrath or something. So that is another option. Is it worth it to just rip a Hellfire here? It's a little bit expensive, but I guess we get a 5/5 to survive on board, which is cool, so sure. Let's just see where the pings land then. Okay. Interesting. We're going to take it with the 4/4 then. Yeah. So the pings ended up having a 4/4 here. I had an option to double Wrath, but that's a little bit pricey. Not only Faeria-wise, but also card-wise. We use up 2 cards here. And 2 cards is expensive. If this was like a firebomb, I would definitely firebomb this. But using up 2 cards, these have the option to split into different creatures, so it's a lot better. Also cool to note here, we killed that emissary when he had 1 card in hand, so not very many buffs gathered there. Yeah, so one mistake here, I should have had the junk feed moving up right side, not left. I didn't need any collectors over here. So we missed a couple collections because of this. But that's alright. Now our opponent is struggling to find a place to put a creature safely. Rainforest Explorer. Chunky Body, we do have this Gift of Steel which boosts us to 5 and then 6 with the Junk Feed trigger. So that's pretty cool. We'll just continue on with collections. I'm probably just going to take this with the Cannon Carrier. I'd like to preserve the life on my Captain, I think. And we will continue to draw, because we don't really need to do much else. We have that Cypher's Wrath. Find the other map dealer. So we'll dump that. We have 3 treasure maps in our deck now. Cool. What are my other options? Maybe I go for, let's see, Detonate does 4 damage. What is this? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I might... Oh, wait. Oh, wait, this is much better, I just realized. So we're gonna dump the Ground Shaker here and simply Detonate. That's 6 damage. Yeah, that's incredible. We preserve our mech on boards, which means it gets buffed with the Junk Feet. And we're gonna block this forest in the double collection spot. And we get that Ground Shaker on board, so we get even an extra buff with the Junk Feet. Very cool. Maintaining collections is also very important. I don't know. Maybe a newer player would hit face with the 1/1, but this guy is such a great little double collector. And even if you're, like, not really in need of collections, like, I have extremely good board presence here, and we got plenty of cards in hand, even 3 Faeria in the bank. But, like I said, Zod's List is going to outscale us in the late game, so we want to make sure we're not too hasty and overconfident about this matchup, because even with this good board presence, we still have a decent chance of losing. I wouldn't say we're in that bad a spot, though. The big creature is Illusion, and that costs 7. So as long as we're watching those Faeria thresholds, we should be absolutely fine. So, giving us just a free hit here. We'll take that. Just go for Wrath so we can just continue drawing. And now we can start to step on all these lands here. Yeah. I guess optionally I could just send a Cannon Carrier. Just keep up the pressure. We don't really need to save this for anything. We've used 2 Detonates so far, so our Detonate lines are becoming non-existent. Finds another big boy. 8 life creature. We have yet another Wrath to answer that with. And we're also just gonna go for a Gift of Steel here. We got so much Faeria to spend. We'll probably even build some aggressive land. Oh wait, what am I saying? We just win. Yeah, 10's a big number. That's a lot of attack. So we're gonna take the first match. Very cool to take first matches in best of 3s. In chat, Nice to see you not playing Flyers or Crackle. Yeah, I've had my time with those. I'll still bring, like, the super competitive lineups to seasonal cups. Seasonal cups feel like something we should, you know, keep relatively competitive. So, starting with the red list, now Zod had some things to think about there. He has to think about how to beat this mech list, but almost more importantly, has to think about how he beats my second list. Now, I don't know what Zod's lists look like, but considering I have a green-blue beasts still as a backup, I would probably start with the green-yellow. Red's gonna have a hard time into that list, but well, we will see how that goes. If we lose this, at least. Oh, God! Well, enjoy your win. This is not that bad, though. It's bad, because Junk Feet's not really playable. But this is basically a combo list at the end of the day, so we don't need to collect for a while, as long as we just build up card hand size. Generally we'll be okay. Cannon Carrier is excellent to see. The big issue is just seeing Junk Feet in the opener like this, because this is 3 dead cards for a very long time in the game. So, probably don't want to build lands for my opponent to step on. Alternatively, we also want the Cannon Carrier to be in range. I might build 1 mountain this side. 1 mountain. I think this one's fine. If things, like, I'll probably hold off on building this land for a while, but if things, let's say double neutrals, we have the option to land block the Axe Grinder spot. And that's not too bad. Double neutrals there? Alright, well, no need to block the Axe Grinder spot, but fair enough. He sees that like, if we didn't build this land, he could have easily gone like this, so, yeah, I'll respect this. Ulani is excellent, though. That's a very cool top deck. Now, I'm gonna need a lot of lands on this side if I want some Cannon Carrier Detonate plays. Probably would like to answer this. Let's still build this way. One thing we can do is not build the lands for him. Could end up Cannon Carrying here, and then just Junk Feeding or something in the future. But if a creature is played, we could go for a double detonate here. Do we have enough for that? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have enough. And we even get the Ulani proc, which is very cool. It's just very expensive. I don't know if I like it so much. It's very expensive. We don't get to play Junk Feed on top of it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Like, we're not super desperate for it. We give our opponent 2 collections here if we don't do that play, but if we just bait our opponent into playing more creatures, then we're kind of fine. Horsemaster's a consideration here, though. He can build a mountain and Horsemaster face, and that's pretty bad. Maybe we'll just go for it, huh? It's punished by Bomb Slinger. Oh, it's so expensive. We're just gonna go for it. It's fine. I'm concerned about the future of my turns. This gets punished very hard by a 2-card combo, which is not super likely to happen. But this blocks an Axe Grinder spot, a more aggressive mountain. It blocks the Horsemaster potential to face. I think that's really the biggest consideration. Also, the Horsemaster potential to face is really big. I don't have a lot of answers to deal with that. Copter can come, plus Cypher's Wrath. It's a lot of options, but we at least get our Ilani to survive. Copter, we can Flame Burst back, potentially. I would have loved to get Junk Feet on board with this play. So there was one consideration, I suppose. If the Horsemaster did come, is it the end of the world? We could just go for this play a second time. Yeah, so it is Copter Wrath. Not the end of the world. We can keep our opponent off of collection still and preserve our Ulani. But we are running out of resources, so not great. Might as well hang on to this map delay. It just dies to Ground Shaker. So we'll wait for the Shaker to come down, hit the ping off this. We actually don't even need to play this at all, though, is the thing. Because this can never be targeted, it has Divine. Oh no, I needed to Flame Burst this one. Fairy is kind of cool. We could threaten the proc on this. Since I do eventually need to build this land to double collect, we could go for that this turn. And just threaten this land proc. Because it is a neutral, our opponent has to do something about that. So I don't mind it too much. Oh no! That hurts. So this person has 6 neutrals in the list. Right. So we blew out most of our cards in the early game, and now we're seeing the punishment for it. But yeah, I could have held on to my cards. It kind of hurts either way, though. Kind of a desperate Hellfire, just a Hellfire here, but I don't really have much else. Even when in the future draws, it's not going to do much. If we just hope that the Herald dies, it's extremely unlikely, but I mean, I don't know. We could go for Airbot Junk Feet as well, if we're feeling that desperate. We don't want a Junk Feet, though, because Junk Feet has to be played in range, so yeah. I don't know. We'll try a Hellfire. Hey, look at that. I guess if you're just good at the game, the cards line up for you. How about that? I underestimate my luck. That's very silly. Right, so now we can just keep building up hand size. Oh, found a detonate. Yeah, we'll just keep passing. We got a nice little double collector over there for us. That was an insanely lucky Hellfire. We hit 6 pings on the creatures and only 2 went to face. Sorry, that must have been 7 pings? Yeah, 7 pings. We do have an answer to that cipher. So that's cool. We're gonna have to invest the airbot. Let's see if we can draw something else. Wait, we're gonna go 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then we have 3 Faeria to spend on a fairy. Worst case. That does 4, 5, 6. Oh, sorry, I have to invest Wrath here. No, wait. 4, 5, 6, yeah. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, sure. But we'll go for the draw anyways. Never know what we top deck. Okay. So we'll go for the guaranteed clear here with the junk feet. Again, very expensive, but it's a lot better in this position now where I've kind of established this double collector over here and 2 creatures. Completely fine with dumping all these cards out of my hand. No more detonates in the list now, though. But I don't think it should matter too much. We're in a very good spot now. Mostly due to that extremely lucky Hellfire in the early game. I should probably be losing this match. So got a little robbed there. To be fair, we had a bad opening though. So maybe our luck is just balancing out. We had a bad opener and we got rewarded with a good Hellfire. So it's a little lost on what to do. If we win this one, we're gonna be moving on to a match against either AeroCZ or Gandalf. Whoever wins that series. Passes, nothing much else to do. So we'll just keep drawing. Triple map dealers. Step on the relevant lands, just get a double collector going. We had a lot of map dealers here. I might as well just play them. They're 0 costs. I was going to try to draw out a ground shaker as I mentioned, but I mean, considering we just top decked 3 of them, it's extremely unlikely we get a treasure or anything from this, but Alright, we are getting coptered. I could have played around that, I suppose. By just keeping the airbot there. We can just Hellfire. We can just straight up Hellfire this. That's like a guaranteed kill. And then we Cannon Carrier a 4-2 in his face. That costs 12. Just keep drawing. Cap 10. Yeah, I think we're just gonna go for that. Since we have seen so many Wraths now, I think we've seen at least 2 Wraths. A 4-2 head face is quite a bit of pressure. Actually, I probably wanted to step the 0-1 backwards to land block, not up here. Once again, this Ulani is never dying, so we don't really need the 0-1s on this side. Finds a volley. Alright, so we will just maybe body block. I could +1, Captain plus Airbot. Try to get an aggressive land or something. We're gonna body block with this guy. We've seen... yeah, we've seen 2 copters. So... oh, nab an aggressive land. We'll probably actually put the airbot on the left side then. Oh. Airbot doesn't even do anything. Whatever. We'll go here for a collector. How about that? And... I don't know. I don't think I need to play the third 0-1. It's a little bit too hard into Shaker, even though it doesn't really matter that much. Like I said, it's like... I don't know, the treasure map's not really a consideration. Unless the game goes down to, like, the last few cards in the deck, it's not gonna matter too much. Now, time banks are important to note here as well. Typically, you want to reserve at least 8 minutes on average per game, per match. So if I was really concerned with losing this matchup, I might want to play my turns faster, because I'm going to need like 8 minutes to finish the third and final game. And as long as, if you realize this, and as long as you keep your time bank above your opponents, you should be in a good standing. I find a Wrath. So this guy's a little bit unfortunate. We'll take a draw and hopefully find a Flame Burst or something. So we could... I think I'm going to take out the boss here. Gives him a little bit of Faeria collections, but what this does... it keeps me on a sturdy 5 life, and I still get to body block this. He can't play Ground Shaker. Those thresholds are important to note, because he's going to be on 4 Faeria plus 1 to 5. So we can just body block this guy, and I'd rather take out this double collector here. If I hit into the Axe Grinder also, I'm on 3 HP, which is in Flame Burst range. It's a little bit spookier. Now cannon... Ooh. I'd rather not put the cannon carrier into another copter range. So why don't we do something like this? We'll put you center, and we'll play out of copter range. We'll step that guy up, since we got a collector here. Wait, he is on... Oh, yeah, I'm stupid. That was a combat creature. He is on Ground Shaker. Oh, whoops. But that's alright. The Shaker doesn't really accomplish much anyways. He has to hit face, sure, but the Shaker's gotta go somewhere passive. There's no aggressive land space for him. Copter. Yeah, the official Faeria channel is inactive. The official Faeria Twitch channel. I am the new official, I guess. Usually Fickle streams as well. Yeah, Fickle is also streaming. So it finds a command and a wrath. So not bad. We will just go for Shaker. I'll probably just take this trade. Yeah. And sure, why not? Let's just go for the treasure map. Well played. Alright, so we're going to move on to the round of 8 next. Against either Gandalf or Arrow, but we're going to wait on that match a little bit. So we'll go to a be right back. Grab a quick snack. And we'll see you guys in a bit. Alright, welcome back everyone. To the Aurora Open number 4, we're starting with the round of 8 against Mr. Eru. This time with a best of 5. So immediately, I'm just gonna slap a ban on the red-yellow. That looks like a good ban. Everything else... shouldn't be too bad. Green yellow is typically not something I would want to ban. There is a lot of green in this lineup, so we need to make sure that we have some counters to the green. This is not tricolor lineup. We've got a blue-yellow over here. What's that? 27, 33. There's 3 dual-colored cards here. Which is probably going to be Swarm, especially with the numbers. Should be able to handle Swarm pretty easy. The only other concern is the green type of lists. But red-yellow I'm a little bit spooked by. Again, I mentioned that red-yellow Angry is probably pretty good against our lineup. We don't have a ton of counters to it. I'm imagining Arrow bans the Reaver. Not gonna lie. Because Reaver's going to be pretty good into the green, and potentially this, depending on what it is. This is a 2.6 though, so I don't know. But I think we're just going to log the ban in here. I'm confident that green-blue beasts should be able to handle some mono-green stuff. Bans the mechs. Alright, so we have the Reaver open. Very happy with that. So I mentioned with picking, making your first choice, you pick the worst list in your lineup, sort of as a scouting list. Which I think is going to be the Rakoans here. Now, maybe the Beasts even. I want to save the Reaver as a counter to the green, but honestly, if this is Swarm, Beast is going to be bad into it, and we might even want to save the Rakoans for this. I think Rakoans should actually be pretty decent into this type of list. So maybe I'm actually going to lead with the green-blue Beasts. And then I also don't know what this list could be. This is a 34, 33. Just 3 dual-colored cards. Maybe green-yellow Sacrifice. Green-blue Beast would be good into the sack. Swarm less so, but we're going to lock in that green-blue Beasts. And we're going against the mono-green, so reasonably happy with this matchup. I don't think it should be too bad. We got... what was that, 4 neutrals to worry about? Probably Commands and Laya. So, going first, Shifting Octopus is not awful. We are sort of a tempo list, so we'd rather a starting creature, but considering one of these cards we're tossing away is an Octopus and a Hunt Down, these are 2 of cards in the list, in the deck. So these... will give us a little less chances of top decking other cards, if that makes sense. We do find a starting creature though. So we'll start with a forest. We'll go opposite side with the Fugu. And this looks to be probably a Beastmaster list, so we should be pretty fine. Go for another forest. Actually, I might even double neutral here. Forest is going to be a bit slow. We have the Shifting Tide in hand, but if we go Forest, then Lake and Shifting Tide, we're not even that aggressive. But he is going to build lands here for us, I suppose. But I'd rather get more aggressive lands up in his face, so I think I will just actually go for this. We can also just use this as a draw card instead. I won't get to play Ancient Boar if I do something like this. Yeah, we're just going to double neutral. Not a big need to play creatures, but we will get this buff rolling. Or the discount rolling, I should say. Because our next land is going to be used as something to get this guy to jump, we're going to have to dump like an Ancient Boar backwards. Another good thing about this double neutral is we can actually use this Shifting Tide more aggressively to send this Fugu off and target this space, which is kind of neat. Our creatures in the back row here are going to get a bit clunky, though. We're going to have to invest this beast first, and then we get to jump, and now we've got, like, two big boys backwards. But it looks like Arrow is just going to go for some sort of race, maybe. Or just get a double collector, potentially. Which is super fair. So... Runin. That's a big investment to tuck in between the wells. Curious about that. So I could actually do a Shifting Tide here. Produce this aggro land, and since our opponent is deciding to dodge sides, we need to build these two lands anyways. So that's something I can do. If we Shifting Tide this up, we can forest an aggressive oh, we can even just play this as a 7-3. Oh, sorry, we don't have enough for this. Yeah, we do. Alright. Let's move the neutral. So this is going to set our 5-6 backwards. That's fine. We need a collector back here anyways. We'll play the aggressive forest. Actually, that means I do have to invest the boar. Yeah, never mind. Because I do want this creature aggressive, so I don't get the collection here. But that's okay. I will accept a boar. We do lose the Mystic Beast spot, but that's fine. We don't have Mystic Beast in hand. If we top deck it in the future, it's not the end of the world to replace this neutral with a lake. So let's just tempo. Let's do what we're good at in tempo. Probably want to set this up as a 7-3. Not much green can do about this. The Ancient Boar is not going to represent as much pressure. I'm curious if like Hunt Down exists in this, but it doesn't really matter too much. We're in a pretty good spot. Faeria. Oh, it's an Oakfather. Interesting. Goes for a heal. So we have probably a lethal in here. We've got, what, 12, so we're missing 2 buffs. We can value trade that rune, and that's GG. Hunt down this. 7. GG. That runing actually a big detriment to Arrow, because that let us hunt down and keep the attack stats. Very funny. So Arrow's going to try to counter with the green-yellow. That's got 3 multicolors. I'm going to guess it's probably Soul Eater. Yeah, it's pretty cheap, so there's got to be a green-yellow sack. Okay, we're going to toss all of this. We kept the octopus last time because we were going first. We get access to 3 lands sooner, but going second, we don't. Wow. Not getting great opening hands this tournament. That's not good. We'll start with the Explorer. Just because I want to get this as my Grizzly spot. This matchup is very important to have as much speed as possible if he's playing Soul Eater. Because we're going to lose the late game pretty quickly. Yeah, so pretty convincing that's green yellow sack. It's not terrible. With the help of that Shifting Tide, we get to set up a Mystic Beast next turn on the well spot, so that's cool. Wish I had a starting creature, but that's alright. Not the end of the world. Ooh. Don't like that. Okay, so this is a bit risky, but I think we have to go for it considering this awful hand. Mystic Beast we want to get here, and just hope that there's no movement trick with Fnatic. Typically a rush list, a sack list will run like 2 Fanatics maybe. And then, which land do we move? Probably this one. Just to get a double collection spot for the future. So, if there's no movement trick, we're in a good spot because we get to Overgrown Tower, and just stay out of trade range. Or stay out of kill range. If there's a movement trick, we pretty much lose on the spot. We don't really have much hope. I'm not entirely sure about this, bringing the double lands here. Wild Avenger? Well, we even have an answer to that with the Overgrown Tower, so that's cool. Oh, we got that from the Bloom Sprite, fair enough. The lake here might be better, actually, because I get to, like, put Grizzlies and such. Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. I think we just lose this matchup, though, to be honest. There's not much I can do to break through this swarm. And there is the Grizzly. So I'm gonna just stay double collecting. We don't really have to push this guy up yet. Kinda want to put the Grizzly up here, though. But it kind of plays into Bone Collector. We could, like, Grizzly pre-buff or something. Grizzly pre-buff just dies to these two, so that's not good. This is awful. What are my win conditions? Can try to, like, hunt down this guy. I guess I just go for hunt down. Maybe? 3, 4, 5, 10. Something like that. Again, I think this leg should have stayed here. It was kind of misguided, considering the Grizzly can't collect like this. I have to build lanes. We'll see if that makes a difference. I guess this was also a mistake, now that I think about it. I should have hunt down the Grizzly, because that just would have simply given me more stats. But I don't think it's going to matter too much when he's just got these 5-2s anyways, thankfully. Another Grizzly. We will pop another Grizzly. Not really a point in buffing anything, so we'll just pass like this, I guess. Unless I'm concerned with Wind Soldier, but shouldn't be that big a deal. But yeah, we just kind of lose this late game once Soul Eaters come down. Our counter to this would probably be the Reaver. What's my other list? Rakoans? Yeah. So it's gotta be Reaver to counter. Just still a little tricky. But we'll see how it goes. Does find the Wind Soldier. As long as Bone Collector's not getting buffed. Wow! Dumps a Soul Eater already. And it is an 8-8. We'll buff that. We can Shifting Tide to hold him off a little bit. It doesn't... really doesn't matter though. Let's see, this goes up to 5. And we push this up. He just value trades this guy. So, yeah. Doesn't really make a difference. This guy trades this anyways. I guess we side shift him this way. Alright. So, Demon Wings are going to be a big problem for the Reaver, though, is the issue. We have a lot of 5 HPs, which is not good. Is Rakoans a better solution? I mean, Rakoans could be, because we can get Meteor off Crystal Spice. Meteor's like, what, a 50% chance of finding? Something ridiculous like that. We'll take a look at the following matchup too. We only have one more list to beat after this one from Arrow, right? So we'll take a look at what we need to do there. We could move on. Another thing I can do is just gather some information about this list. Green-Yellow Sack is not run super often anymore, so I would be curious to know what sort of cards he's running. We have seen one Fanatic, so I know for certain to play around stuff like that. And this is a good thing to do if you're in a losing match. If you can drag out the game just a little bit longer to see what card choices they've run, that can be a decent strategy. Of course, if Arrow is smart, he'll probably just hold his cards and not play too many interesting pieces of the list. But this seems like pretty standard green-yellow sack anyways. What's that cost? 9? Wow. $19 Faeria. Wow. So, an aggressive Rakoans could work. It's an option. Actually, Deathwalker is interesting tonight. That is an interesting piece, for sure. Another good thing about kind of stalling as well is winning back time bank if you were behind. Make your opponent think, and just like, I don't know, +1 pass every turn or something. But definitely don't take too long in a losing match like this, because then you're just draining time bank for no reason. Don't try to salvage something that isn't salvageable. Okay, Seed, that's good information as well. Seed's a very frail card, a clunky card. It accelerates your land progression a lot. I do like the Seed in Sacrifice. Arrow doing a good job, though, of setting up lethal regardless. Actually, he has lethal on board still. He's got the Doom Gate. We'll see if he spots it. Alright, he's got it. Alright. So let's see what the next match is. We're 1-1. Oh, right, we got this Swarm. So the decision I want to make here is which list of mine is going to be better versus this sort of Swarm list. At least I assume it's Swarm. I'm thinking the Rakoans has a better chance, which means I want to start with Reaver. This means, because, like, If I lose with one of these two lists, then I don't get to use it for the final one, right? So, I'm thinking Reaver. I'm not sure this is going to be a great matchup. Well, it kind of depends. I guess we have 3 Frogifies, actually. But if his Bone Collectors get out of hand, then we're in trouble. So this could go a couple ways. I'm not super convinced with the Demon Wings, but those are only 3 cards in the deck. Triton Sanctuary start is excellent, though. Super happy to see this. I suppose we can enchant the Demon Wings. That is an option. I don't want to see this in my opening hand, though. Pretty bad. Spell Whirl is good, though. No Bone Collector. Don't do that. I probably want Centerland. The reason being, let's see what we get here. We get jumpers, but we get to, this is a really nice body blocking spot for Soul Eater in the future, especially with jumpers coming from Spell Whirl. We get to threaten all the spaces around their orb, which is, well, threaten to block, I mean. We're not going to be threatening a Soul Eater, but we get to threaten to block them. Now, I chose to fight the same side as the Bone Collector. I'm kind of desperate to hopefully answer the Bone Collector, but it's unlikely we get to do so. Okay, so Sanctuary, we're on 5 Faeria here, so we get to Tactician, which is cool. And either we go aggressive or we go defensive, try to set up some jumping lands for Tactician. I don't mind this, especially since we have Ninja Toads, so I think we are going to go aggressive here. He can't Wind Soldier, very important. He built 2 forests, so our Water Rally is actually very safe. Now something might happen. Do I want to play this? What does this get punished by? Like Deepwood Stalker into something? It doesn't really get punished. I think we just play nothing here. We might be able to buff this, considering we're never going to be collecting right side here. But that Ninja Toad pickup is huge. Hopefully this Bone Collector doesn't get buffed too much. At most is probably going to get 1 buff, and then we get to value hit with the Ninja Toads. I guess we can't value hit yet, but... kind of annoying. Oh, that's super annoying. This Bone Collector is just such a pain. We can value trade this guy, I guess, with the Enchantress. I guess we'll just go for that. Put you here. It buffs the Bone Collector, but what can you do? I might actually play the Tactician here as well, just to get more stats to fight this, because he wants to step up and collect. This might threaten him a bit. And then we got that Ninja Toad backup, of course. What's in this list? I need to check. Do we have Beirut? We do have Beirut in this list, so that could be cool in the future with these aggressive line placements. The Sanctuary is going to come in clutch later too. We're going to get to dump a lot of value with this. Getting this in the opening hand was pretty exceptional. Especially against a list that's not running command or anything that can deal with it. Builds a third forest. We're going for the seeds. Yeah, so seed is quite clunky. It is a card that is gone from our opponent here. Okay, so he gives up the collection. That's fine. And a second seed in hand, that's gotta suck. And a Runin's Messenger, also gotta suck. Not ideal. But also not super ideal for us. I can't deal with this Bone Collector. What if I retreated? I still need 2 lands after this. Let's see, if I fight, this becomes a 3/6. It probably gets another buff, which is 7 life. I'm just never dealing with that. Well, here's the thing also, I don't actually need collections, so I could just retreat. I need this land here, though. We're gonna give up the Sanctuary we have in hand, unfortunately, but I think this land is very important. Otherwise, he just dumps a desert here, and we're kind of landlocked. The other option was threatening to collect on this side, but again, I really don't need collections. This has given me so much value already. Like, I have 5 free Faeria. Well, I guess it's 3 free Faeria so far, since we spent 2. Now, Deathwalker does exist. We have to be wary about that guy. Which can death touch our Dream Reaver. I'm gonna take a wild guess and assume that there's no Nightmare, considering he is running something like Deathwalker. That should be pretty safe. Sacks the 2/1, missing some stats there. That's exciting. That's very exciting. So it looks like just it's going to be Ninja Toad Aurora. Right. Ninja Toad here. And then the 2/5 is going to have to take this. Which probably means I want my Aurora backwards. Step. This is such a great top deck, though. Oh, we might just take this collection, actually. Oh, sorry, I already stepped. I suppose we might as well just try to collect on this side, then. That was such a huge top deck. Dealing with that Bone Collector now, Otherwise, I would have had to invest a Frogify into that, and I really want to save those for Soul Eaters. Does get to trade with a 3/5 or a Wind Soldier. Sure. Hey, we got a Dream Reaver spot. I am gonna get body blocked here, which unfortunately, but that's okay. We might as well take this to collect. We are gonna have to pop that one Sanctuary. I could invest this here. Let's see. That puts me down to 3. I go up to 4. Then I get 12. Yeah, looks good. Might as well drop this here. And 1/1 just kind of has to stay there. So Deathwalker's a good pickup for him here. Not a lot I can do about a Deathwalker. We can Frogify it. Don't really want to do that. Steps the 0/1 in range, so I'm assuming that's going to get sacked. No. Just keeps the 0/1 in range. Interesting. Humbling! Oh, we just need a top deck enchant. Top deck enchant. Top deck enchant. I might just go for Triton Chef instead of Humbling Vision. Humbling Vision's kind of nice to keep. And we got an Azora Wisp. Yeah, so we will do this. Almost have it. We're almost there. Enchant the Bone Collector. Yes, say. On that previous turn. Yeah, if you're watching this, and you're new to sort of tournament scenes, these are always streamed with a 10-minute delay, so chat will be 10 minutes behind me. You might see chat popping up here as well. This is 10 minutes in the past. Sometimes I turn that off, but sometimes I just don't care. Oh, he finds an answer! But little does he know, we have an answer with oh, he's got double Wind Soldier? Okay. I was gonna say, we almost had an answer there by frogifying our own 2/2. That would have been such a funny one. Oh, he finds a Living Willow anyways. Alright, well, we're not there. We need something else, and that's not gonna be it. I kinda want to take this draw opportunity. I think I'm gonna take it. I really want something that's not that. Alright. We'll keep trying. That's a little unfortunate that he found such a clean answer. I might have wanted to... No, Humbling wouldn't have made a difference. He didn't need to use that 3/4, 3/5. So just a little bit unfortunate. He found all the numbers he needed. What we can do with this Humbling Vision instead, though, is humble Future Soul Eater, so that's kind of nice. But now he just gets to swarm his face. Oh no. We were so close. I think all of my spell whirls are gone now too. Yeah, we used one at the beginning and two just there. So that's sad. Not much we can do but just play these guys. Not a big point in drawing here. Desperately with enchant because I don't have any land space anymore. I don't actually care if this 3/3 dies. He's got to invest double neutral for that. Could zip face that way. I guess we just step it back anyways. We're at no disadvantage by doing so. I don't think, at least. I guess double neutral buff would hurt a little bit. Doesn't really hurt though. We've got 9 Faeria saved here. Collections aren't really important. Oh, what do I do when I top deck Dreamreaver now, though? We got him at 2 HP? We can't set our own life to 10. Playing it safe. Playing it real safe. And we found our first Soul Eater. Let's hope I can humble that. I don't think I'm humbling that. Okay, well we top decked another Frogify, so it's all good. Almost want to build land so I have more hopping spaces. We send this guy up. I guess we're enchanting this. We'll see what we draw. Oh, perfect. I think. Might be popping my structure here. We will Frogify this. Because I want to step this, I really want the hopper in trade range. Suppose I also want the water ellie in trade range. Does that matter? I can just put the Tyrannax. Tyrannax or Water Ellie? Water Ellie, I guess, is a bit better. Let's just dump all of it. That makes a lot more sense. Everything in trade range. We're getting a lethal in here one way or another. And we have this Frogify if we need to deal with the taunts. Plenty of options. Steps over the 3/3. Well, he's got 5 cards in hand, so he can swarm a little bit more. Moon playing blue, not every day that happens. It is not. Okay. Hoping for draws. It looks like we have it. I don't think there's anything he can really do. With the Frogify and I guess even Humbling in hand and all these jumpers around here, there's no way he ever blocks this space, right? Yeah, GG. Alright, got the win with the Reaver, which I'm pretty happy about. Now we get to have 2 lists to try and fight this one. We get to gather information. This one's 33, yeah, so I'm imagining it's probably a Stanu. I could be surprised. 6 neutrals. Gross. We'll get rid of all of that. Good. The reason I didn't keep Sanctuary there is I really wanted a starting creature. It's a bit much to hope for. Again, we had like 2 Sanctuary starting hands, so you're only removing 2 cards from your deck when you do that. This is the Swarm. So I don't need to feel so pressured about that one boy anymore. Go for this. Since I have Sturdy Shell, I'm pretty happy to do this. Maybe we get a Ruby Fish off this. Oh my god. Oh, it's brutal. That's so good. Oh, it's Tempo. Wait. Yeah, Tow Ship is multicolor. Alright. We have a Tempo list on our hands. Cool. So Sturdy Shell not the best on this side, but that's alright. Since it is Tempo, I probably want to build my lands on the left side here then. It's gonna be a bit slow building up this side. I kinda need to fight here. I think. Let's see. Run 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Really depends on my next draws though. I think we're gonna fight with the lands. Tempo's a bit much when I'm such a slow list. So we kinda need these, we need to land block a little bit and put all of our creatures in trade range. The Aurora top deck is huge though, that is so excellent. We might end up having to pre-Aurora at some point on the Sturdy Shell, because leaving this open with 5 attack things on board kind of sucks. Even if we draw into Enchant, a 5/5 is not good into the stat line. We don't have clean sources of 1 damage. Well, I guess Aurora is a 1 damage, but yeah, we need this as a pre-buff probably. We could also go for a Frogify, though. That's another option. Let's hope there's no training and Fanatic, but I think he would have just popped that already if he had it. So I think we can greed this one more turn. We're gonna build a defensive land here and then probably Aurora. Unless we want to block the Mystic Beast spot. If I go here though, he can build a land and Fanatic. I think that's fine. We'll do this. We will pre-Aurora. And yeah, we should be able to keep this around one more turn at least. Another option was to build center and hop over the 3-3 and put the Aurora right side, but I'd rather do something a little bit proactive with my lands. Rakoans should be pretty good into this. We play a pretty fast Rakoans, I guess. Is it good? I mean, volley is pretty good into the tow ship if that happens. No! That was the one thing I was hoping wouldn't happen. Humbling too? Are we going for Mystic Beast? Finds a command. Alright. Fine. So we're under quite a bit of pressure here. Not much I can do about that though, unfortunately. We just hope for the Dream Reaver. That's all I really got. We are a slower list, so something like tempo hurts a bit. We have to hang on for 2 more turns. Thankfully, with how the land structure is going, we're going to be able to slap a Reaver on his face, which is a lot of pressure, and typically, well, this type of list might run Humbling Vision, so that can stop our aggression there. Tow ship. Big. Alright, 2 more turns. Enchant is an option. I think we... Do we go for Frogify here? Colossus is still coming in the future. Frogify is very expensive. Probably not. The value trade doesn't even accomplish anything anyways. Man, where does this water alley go? It goes nowhere useful. I need to build my legs aggressive, unfortunately. We could even enchant the tow ship. Just to take away his 5 attack. Doesn't make much sense. We'll go for this. Okay. We can just shimmy the creatures like this, actually. Just like up. And Water Alley, I guess we want to have on the well. We still want those well collections. But I guess now we have the option to Enchantress this, if we want. Also, if there's no Humbling Vision in hand, we also just win simply with the Reaver. But typically this type of list runs Humbling. that structure was pretty nice. We essentially traded 2 Faeria with our opponents, which honestly in the long term, it kind of benefits us more since we're the slower list. If we just trade Faeria back and forth, I'm super happy with that. Bop. Training. Yikes. Yoinked my land. That's a lot of pressure. So we got... This all costs 11. Oh god, we're in a bad spot. Since he's gone all in here, I might be able to go more defensive. If we go for Frogify plus Beirut, for example. No, we just lose. If we Frogify this, we value trades, we trade this, we're still on 9 HP that we have to somehow defend. Wow. What do I do here? Frogify Reaver? Put myself to 10 HP? We're not in a good spot. I actually don't know what the play here is. Oh, no, that doesn't work. Whoops. Those numbers don't work. Fnatic just wins him here. Oh, you gotta top deck it. Quite sketchy. We've seen 2 trainings so far. So probably don't have to worry about Wind Soldier training. Looks like he doesn't have it right now. +1. Soul Drain. I don't have an answer to that other one. Oh, spooky. Yeah, I guess we just go for Tyrannex. Not in a great spot. Not in a great spot. I don't have any ways to generate mass amounts of Faeria now either, so a second Dream Reaver is not going to help. Unfortunately. Four HP is a good number, though. It stays out of Wind Soldier threshold for now. Bye-bye, Reaver. Neutrals. Okay, just gonna try to set up again. I'm on 6 here. We can go... just enchant. I can't play that one. Alright. This might be my demise. I don't really have anything else to do here, though. If he has nothing, we're in a great spot. If he has... well, I mean, he's gotta have something. But even if it's like a 5 attack creature, pretty good. Because we get the 6/6 to value trades. There was an option to go for the Enchantress, I guess, but I'm just not sure what this accomplishes. I don't think this can fight any sort of stat line. I guess we had the Enchant in hand. Okay, that's really good, though. So. We have Beirut. I think just slapping Beirut up here is perfect. We threaten the deserts. Only thing we want to play around is Wind Soldier into the other thing. Do I landfill? I'm kinda debating landfilling just to play around Wind Soldier training, since that isn't out. I think it's not that terrible an idea. Sorry, I can't do that, because he just goes here, 1, 2... oh, sorry. Yeah, that should be fine, right? Block this space, and I probably want an attacking land here, so... I guess it doesn't really matter. But in the future? What else can he do? Oh, we can build this desert. Oh, that's what I was trying to play around. I guess we want to block this space. Yeah, those numbers are what makes sense. So he can go desert here, Wind Soldier training, and that's an 8. So we'll play around that 8. Because if this Beirut gets to proc, we're in a great spot. If Humbling Vision comes down, then that's fine. That's whatever, Humbling Vision comes down. This also stops any aggressive creature from being played. He's got to put them backwards. And this neutral's making it really awkward for him as well. This step does another thing as well, where training in a singular fanatic is not an option either. We block that space. So that's very cool. Soldering. Gotta get it out of hand, I guess. Before it becomes unplayable. That's a Colossus! We're in trouble. Well, if it's anything, we're in trouble. I can work with that, though. That, not so much. Well, oh, we can't Fnatic. What am I saying? I was worried about Fnatic. He can't. He literally can't. So I think we just win on the spot. That's looking good. Let's take a draw.
Would you like some tea?
We will take the slap. Yeah. Beirut land destructing the deserts coming in clutch. I don't think there's anything blue-yellow tempo can do apart from like a humbling vision to stall one more turn. No, we got it! Wow, what a close match at the end there. Well played to Arrow. That was super intense. Very intense. Hope you all enjoyed that. That was the round of 8, so we're gonna move on to the semifinals, and we're in the bracket with Fickle and JTD. We're just waiting on that one to finish, so we'll be back very shortly when that match is ready. We'll have to wind down after that match. Oh my. Alright, hope Sesh is happy as well. We won with the mono blue. Very exciting. Alright, let's take a quick break, and I'll see you guys in a sec. Alright. Hello everyone, welcome back. We're about to get started with the semi-finals of the Aurora Open number 4 against JTD. Okay. So, I'm looking at potentially banning a red list. I don't know if I care too much, but red is probably the spookiest. We have a Rakoans over here, which should be handleable. I guess Swarm is kind of a weakness. If he bans the mechs, we don't have a lot that's good against Swarm, so maybe we actually want to take this guy. There's a green-blue beast. So the mono red, I mean, we considered this one. We have 2 counter lists to the mono red. I actually don't think I'm super worried about this. I'm probably more worried about either the Swarm, maybe even a green-blue beasts. That's a bit faster. Mechs is not going to be good into beasts. I guess Reaver's not good into a fast beasts. But honestly, Rakoans can do some work maybe. And then also green-blue beast is just like a mirror. I think we just actually banned the Swarm here. Swarm is probably the spookiest from this lineup. Especially if there's like some weird tech cards in here like Carassius or something that I'm not aware of. And he surprises me with that matchup. I think we'll just ban that one. He bans the mechs. So yeah, the mechs was the biggest counter we had to Rakoans, so yeah, I think that was a reasonable ban then. Right, so we'll keep the green-blue beast as a hard counter to this. I might just start with Rakoans. Well, let's see. Rakoans might be alright into this blue. So maybe we do start with one of these. I might actually start with Reaver. I think Reaver is a solid start. Green-blue beasts we reserve for the red. I mean, Reaver can fight this as well, but I don't know, I'm a bit more confident with the beasts. And then Rakoans is probably better into like blue and maybe this one. Again, Reaver's kind of slow, so if like this blue list is fast or the beast is fast, this one might not be as well, as good. So I think Reaver will be a fine scouting deck. Second with Tyrannex. Wow, you shouldn't have. And we will keep that Sanctuary too. We could keep this, actually. One thing is, we have a lot of, like, slow and also tech cards in this. Like all the enchants. So actually keeping, like, 2 starting creatures is pretty solid. I think we'll just keep those. I don't particularly want to build sidelines here, though, because I want a place for the Sanctuary next turn, right? I guess I could go Lake Explorer. I guess that's... I think I'm fine just doing this, though. Not sure, but if we went for sidelines, he dodges sides, and then we have to put our Sanctuary on his same side, which kind of sucks, so... I think it's the best case scenario, we drop the structure center. So there was one red card in this that we have to worry about. I didn't calculate if that was a multicolor card. I'm gonna assume it's like Garrotin or something. Okay, it's probably Garrotin. So this is a slow, greedy list as well. We can probably manage that. Dreamweaver is found. I have a decision to make here. I want to fight this guy with a Tyrannex. That was going to slow down my leg production, going aggressive a bit more though, but actually, considering his is a slower list, we're probably also going to have to match that slowness and play more of a control style list. So I think I'm fine just doing like a lake here and making a Tyrannex out of trade range. This could be like Lizard's list, where it runs... what, creations? Those are going to be hard to break through. Yeah, I think we just do this. Just in case of like Humbling Vision or something we don't want to play in trade range. Also, if he somehow is managing playing 2 7 cards... I don't know how he does that, though. He'd have to do failed Storm Spawn shenanigans, which is pretty unlikely. Oh, he gets the flip. So we are going to have to play into this eventually. Yeah, I don't know. Really, the debate here is he running Humbling Vision or not? I think it's better to play around the Humbling Vision than not. It would have been an exceptional play, though, to have the Tyrannex here if I knew that he was safe. Then we get to threaten this very space. Okay, there is Humbling Vision, so I guess that answers that, huh? But now he's given me this Gabrian Enchantress trade, so we don't have to step in trade range. Triton Warrior. Okay, so this is not the Lizard list. We are gonna take this free trades and stay out of trade range on left sides. Now I may want to pop this Sanctuary just in case he's got land tricks, because I don't know what's up JTD's sleeve right now, and a land trick is very probable, very possible, so I think I'm going to cash in right now. That equates to a Soul Pact, or a Windfall, so I will take 2 free Faeria while I can have it. Spell Whirl! Oh, that's amazing. Wow. Yeah, Spell Whirl is such a good card. Holy. We can once again play out of trade range, as I'm happy to take this right side Mystic Beast. And then we just pass like this, it looks like. So there was a 7 drawn. This could be Beirut. I could have played around Humbling Vision maybe by playing the Stargazer. I don't know, Stargazer's pretty bad. Oh. I don't know. If Humbling Vision comes down... Command? Trick? Oh, Phantasm. Alright, well that was pretty expensive, so I think I'm cool with that. Not the end of the world. And Stargazer wouldn't have made a difference. However, I don't really have anything playable in hand right now. So I might end up playing Stargazer anyways. Yeah. We'll put him on the well spot, though. Fogugu! Triton Chef. I really need a 3. Oh, I get it to build a lake, so we could block with Fagoro. Which is not terrible. Build this. Yeah, I mean, I need some answer to this, and we don't really have it on board right now. We'll just go for the urn.
The sky is only the beginning.
And then I'm not really pressured into doing much here, so we can build up value at the sanctuary, I think. Gotta watch out for that 6/6 proccing. We do have access to Dream Reaver next turn. We'll be on 5/6. If I want to pop this, then I can go all the way. Oh no. This looks incredible for Triton Chef, though. There's a lot of good Triton Chef targets here, but this one looks like the best. So we can go for Triton Chef. This becomes 3 power. Ideally, I want to match 3 power here, which does not equate with the Triton Chef, but... He has to flip this for that to happen. The other thing I also need to trade here... We could Triton Chef this guy. It doesn't make a big difference. We can play this. We have enough hand space. Oh. So Triton Chef. We can just also run away. Because I'd like to build up more value if I could on this sanctuary. So I might just run away for now. I'm gonna guess there's probably not land tricks. If there is, that's okay, but I'm gonna greed it harder. Just one more turn. I want 2 more free Faeria. Or 3 more even if I get to collect left side. That would be pretty cool. The mountain coming down. Colossus. Alright. Take this collect. How do I clean this guy up? We have access to Frogify. We could ignore it. It's a double collector, though. I'd rather not. Although I would like to Dream Reaver here as well. Let's see what we draw. Gonna take this. I think we're gonna pop this. Dream Reaver is pretty huge here, so... that might have been a mistake. I didn't need to pop that, probably. Well, maybe. I need some resources to work with here. I guess we go for Frogify. But the thing is, I could have gotten one more collection, so that was kind of a mistake. But that's alright. You know what? We're gonna be ballsy about it. Just go face. It's fine. It's fine. That was a mistake. Whatever. Completely botched that turn, but that's okay. Oh well. Should have also pre-hit the Colossus there. Time ticker is spooky, okay? Humble ring. No. Alright, my bad, my bad. I'll back off. Such a terrible mistake. Yeah, we're gonna get punished very hard for that. But that's what happens when you misplay super hard. It's bad. What if I just take another slap to the face? Doesn't matter. I don't really have anything else to play, though. Well, the frog can live. We'll just +1 and play a sturdy shell. We don't actually have to trade into the frog. It's okay, I'm keeping it interesting for you guys. That was the plan all along. Not misplay. It's all just to increase content value. Well, let JTD go back and reset. Seven life means we get to Reaver in the future. And, well... yeah, these are always awkward numbers. If I Reaver in the future, I gotta put them back up to 10 or put myself down to 10. So there is land tricks. I don't think that accomplishes anything. I still can hit that Laya, if I wish. 6/6 is spooky. Kind of tricky. With the taunt structure on board, that's going to be kind of tricky. Don't have a lot of answers to that. Could just go for a Frogify on this in the future. Not right now, but we can just... I kind of want to take this while I have the option. So... I'll just go back to collecting. We'll take this guy out. And I guess we play a Water LE just to combat it. He can just value trade this though, with the structure on board, unless we use the land to block. Suppose that's what I'll do. So we'll line up a Frogify trade there. This land block just prevents him from pulling my land, and then he gets the trades. Colossus comes down, I'm kinda dead. We're on like 7, 8. I don't have enough for like Frogify and Phantasm. Yeah, okay, so GG. Kinda threw that one. My bad. Yeah. I guess we can body block for now, but not ideal. Right, so we just do this plus enchant. And that Healy structure is a little bit annoying. Dreamweaver is not going to be doing a lot. We can heal by 3. Now they're on to 7. Actually relevant. No Aurora for you. Too bad. So I think we are just dead. I'm on 5, 6. I guess like an Enchantress. So expensive. Curious what the mountain card is. It's gotta be Garrett, right? A 1 mountain card. Ninja. We are on Reaverlands now. I mean, Reaver Faeria. So I guess we're not dead yet. We're hanging in there. Gonna have to play him defensive just because of this annoying structure. I'm not gonna be able to put that aggressive. So we'll draw it out a little for a little bit longer. But realistically, this was such a winnable match. All that kerfuffle in the early mid-game. Whoops. Whoops-a-daisy. So we can probably want to throw an Enchantress in there somewhere. I'm on 7, 8. Sorry, yeah, 8 Faeria here. So all I can really play is the Water Ellie on top of Enchantress. Water Ellie Enchantress. That's an option. I guess that's all I can go for anyways, so we're not playing the structure, we just do this +1. Water Ellie here. We're gonna probably have to give him the collection, right? No. 2 2/2s plus a Ninja Toad is game. Something like that. We kind of give him collections, but I was a bit concerned with Ninja Toad, so I guess we'll play around it. He procs. Guess to go back and double collect. Unfortunate. Would rather not be giving him double collections in this position. Did find a sunken tower though, so something was relevant that we did. Ninja Toad is still... No, Ninja Toad's not lethal yet. Alright, we need to top deck another Phantasm. Next turn. I mean, not Phantasm, Dream Reaver. Can't do it anymore, though. Not enough land space. Alright, it looks like we're probably losing this. And my own... It's my own fault. It's my own fault. Kinda gotta accept that loss. Anyway... That I block any of this at all? I guess we can Water Ellie? Yeah, Water Ellie works. Put you in range. So, I mean, Humbling Vision wins him, of course, but we play to whatever out we have. Doesn't have it. Alright, we live another day. Getting down to low card counts, though. Garyuden? Wait, oh no, he doesn't have the Faeria. We're on 10 lakes. Incredible. Alright, we live another day. So, what does that mean? What does living another day really mean? Gotta play around Ninja Toads as much as possible. I think I can afford to play a Sanctuary. I'm not sure if Command was in this list. I actually cannot remember. We will block the lakes. Even though I can be zipped away. Gotta be prepared for Garridan. He can move this and place a lake. So I kind of want to dump a structure, but... Oh, I should have dumped this. Is there command? I mean, if there is... I guess we just play the Tyrannex to play it safe, huh? I'm not even sure if I have other enchants in the deck, I can't remember. I think I've only played 2 of these guys. Also, if he has got Gary... Oh, we can't play Gary. Right. Also, I just realized he can simply sidestep... I should have put the structure on the left side. Now, there's so many options for Ninja Toads. I guess he didn't have it. He's only played 1 Ninja Toad, though, so I'd expect to see at least 2 in this list. I think it's pretty safe to play around 1. 1 more. So we might end up playing Aurora to take this out, if we don't draw an enchant. Just need to body block with everything I've got here. And of course, if we top deck the 3rd and final Dream Reaver, we're fine. We don't need to care too much. That's not it, though. Could draw for it. I don't think it's a big deal, though. I would rather have something sturdier up here, though. So, I would rather have something sturdier than the 3 HP too, right? Why? Because Humbling and Command? There's nothing sturdy I can play in that place then. We could play the Phantasm. If I'm very scared, we could play Phantasm, but... am I very scared? Am I that scared? Let's collect... I think I'm gonna play it. I'm very scared. But that also means I need to pop this, which is fine. I'll just pop that. Maybe I should draw then? I should draw.
Would you like some tea?
Yeah, that's fine. Step up, though, more aggressively. Just plays around Humbling into Command. Like I said, I can't remember if there was commands in this list, and we haven't seen a single one so far, so I think it's pretty likely there's no commands, but, you know, play around it anyways, I guess. Oh, there's a command! Oh. Oh, wow. Amazing. We probably just slap a Beirut down, huh? Or we draw for the Reaver? I mean, we have to get it, right? 50-50? We have to have enough Faeria to play it too. It actually doesn't matter. He's got no Faeria left, so... we Frogify, and we should be fine to just... I guess I don't want to do that. I guess I don't want to collect, right? We want this going face. Next turn, I'm on a lot of Faeria. So it doesn't matter. Okay. This is such a silly match. It's so silly. Invest the command. That's no healing. And we found our Dream Reaver. Probably want to play around Humbling Vision and heal myself. I probably don't want to be that bold. And, dump his HP down. That would be a bit ambitious. We'll step on the lake. Okay, and then it doesn't matter much what we do now. I do need this to slap face, but we should be fine. He's also running on fatigue now. And even if there's a Humbling Vision, actually, we get the slap for 5, which is pretty big still. Oh, I don't want to draw particularly, though. Yeah, we'll just play a Beirut. How's about that? Body block with the Beirut. I mean, I don't think it matters if I fatigue myself, but... we'll play around it anyways. We get more damage on the sturdy shell anyways, I suppose. Well, I hope you appreciated the extra content. And hey, maybe that produces a challenge for you guys as well. Spot the actually decent line in those earlier stages of the match. A little puzzle for you, how about that? So JT is on 10 here with the fatigue on the next turn. I don't know, there's not a lot to consider here. If he runs Frogify, then we don't have the lethal next turn, but that's about it. Ninja command. Alright, he's He's given up. Well played. Alright, well, we got the win in the end, but at the sacrifice of quite a bit of time bank. Oopsie. That's alright. The other end of the bracket was a little bit slower than us anyways. We needed to catch up. Or we needed to let them catch up. This was the beasts, right? I should be looking at colors. We want to see how many octopus are being run. This is decent start. I'm gonna toss one Tyrannex, maybe. I did mention that I like to keep the two, but on that previous match. But we were going second on that previous match, which let us play one turn one. But with this hand going first, we don't get to play this turn one. Two of them's a bit clunky, and we get even rewarded with the sturdy shell. Goes opposite sides, so we get to chase this with the bulk of our deck while this sturdy shell goes off and collects. Not a lot Green Blue Beast can do with a aquatic creature collecting over there. So very happy to see this. This might be like a Zorni's list on the hub. With the start of the Vulpine there. So somewhat of a beast mid-range. I think we can just dump another Tyrannex. What do you say? I'm not pressured to, though. We'll see what he does next turn. Maybe he decides to go off opposite sides. Then we don't want to invest everything here. Ancient Board pops down, so we can invest, oh wow. I was gonna say we invest the Enchantress, but Bear's kind of cool. It's got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, well he does have the clear on board. I think we just take a value trade with Enchantress here. We can even just set up another Tyrannex, and look at this sturdy shell. We have to go off and collect. Yeah, this just looks solid. Actually, I think we can even afford Beirut next turn with this double collector. That's 5, 6, plus 1 Beirut. Pretty cool. Wow, that Tyrannex took out a boar and an octopus. Pretty cool. Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. That was not the investment. I guess we can't. It's still the same thing. He still has 10 stats on board. So I guess we just go for another Enchantress play? Is that good? I guess it's good. Right, we take this value trades, he pretty much has to value trade with the octopus, and then we value trade back with the Enchantress. Unless a boar dashes. So, Beiru's an option. Beiru's an option. Honestly, I kinda just like Beiru. We don't get to play him next turn. We also want to build up lands to Fogaro, I guess, but... let's see, this value trade happens... Right, we just play Beirut next turn. What am I saying? I've got an absurd amount of Faeria with that sturdy shell. We'll build defensive lands. I gotta build up to 7, so we got these 2 spaces reserved for the Dream Reaver dash in the future. Yeah, I don't know why I thought about that so hard. I forget that I've got literally free 2 Faeria a turn. Okay, so there is the boar dash. That was the one that I was mildly spooked about. And a 5/6. Spooky. Do we just take a Frogify? Not gonna lie, Frogify is looking kind of juicy here. What is this? Plus this 8 Faeria for the dragon? Also doesn't really matter if we just dump a Beirut. Mess with the lands when he's desperate for them. Okay, well, we're just gonna Frogify. This seems kinda better anyways.
The sky is only the beginning.
Wow. Wow, Darkstalker! Actually amazing. Love it. 1-cost Darkstalker. I guess I was afraid of like a buff or something, but with only 1 card in hand, he's got a fish for that buff, so it's difficult for him. Dream Reaver. Alright. We are in a fine spot. Just gonna Beirut here, I guess. +1 Beirut. He's got the stats on board once again to clear it, I suppose, but, I don't know. We'll beat him down eventually. We trade back with the 2/3. Kill the Mystic Beast. Don't have enough for Dream Reaver though. Might as well nab this spot. Oops, I didn't want to jump there. Spring Mochi. Oh. Wow, so much Faeria. So the next list was what? This was the list that he was hoping to counter this one with, the beasts. The next one was... I don't remember. Spell Whirl. Another Beirut! Amazing! Yeah, I guess we'll just dump this. Okay. Alright, it's gonna be a pretty clean sweep from here, I think. Thanks for throwing the mid game, definitely made a much more interesting game. Well, at least someone appreciates it. I'm glad for that. Alright. JT's gonna throw in the surrender. Okay, so we're 2 games up, and he's got to try and counter us with the red list. 7 neutrals. So we did, in planning, bring this Reaver list to counter red, so I'm not too worried about this one. And got the green-blue beast to backup counter in a worst-case scenario. Should be pretty easy. Now, 7 neutrals might mean that it's rush, though. And rush would be kind of spooky. I might actually hang on to this Beirut just in anticipation for that. We are going second, so it's not a great keep, but in case it's rush, Beirut's very good into rush. At least like a red rush. Okay. Punished. But that's alright. It's not red rush. So, I mean, putting Beirut in range of stuff is kind of cool. We could start left sides. See where that takes us. Beirut anyways is good into mono red, so this is not terrible. Let's invest the Explorer to take away the Axe Grinder spot, I suppose. We don't really have to do that, though. Let's just slow play with a Lake. I don't think he double neutrals. Actually, it doesn't even matter. If he double neutrals, we just play a Beirut, right? Spite Sprite. I might enchant this. We have enough Faeria for it. I want this Beirut to stay alive if it can. Let's see what we draw. Okay. I also don't know if I want to play Beirut in range, particularly. Let's see, he's got 5 damage on board. 5 is pretty likely to make up as red, so we're going to play him passively. And we'll just zip to the other sides. Might want, like, defensive lands here. Yeah, we'll do this one. Actually, we get, the Explorer on this side serves 2 purposes too. It's defensive, but the Beirut also gives us a free lake, so it's like a water Ellie. And since we fell behind a little bit in the early game, that extra land production is going to be nice to get us ahead a little bit. Able to dip into these Frogifies and the Fagoro coming up. Double neutrals. He's going places. Okay. We can just cut him off, actually. I would like Beirut to generally be still in range of stuff. And again, we're probably going to play at a range of the Axe Grinder. The thing is, I don't need this to have any more stats than it already does. I'm looking at playing the Enchantress here somewhere. I guess optionally we can enchant the Axe Grinder back there, because I literally don't need 8 attack. Or 10 attack. Yeah, we'll cut him off. And then maybe this becomes relevant in the future, so we'll do that. Though because I blocked here, I think I can actually just do this. 9 damage is going to be a lot more difficult to make up. So, yeah, I think I'm happy with that. We still threaten this sort of aggressive neutral that he played, which is cool. And we threaten that mountain, so... Looks like he's got no answers, we get to destroy that mountain. Pretty cool. Let's dump you.
The sky the beginning.
And we'll probably just go for another enchant here. Ooh. Another enchantress? Alright. And I'm gonna give up collection? No, we're gonna take collection. JT still has 14 Faeria in the bank. Or 18. We'll maintain our collections. Ah, so we did have the 5 damage in hand. Hate Seed. This is an angry list. Okay. Good to know. We'd like to get the Dream Reaver kind of in an aggressive space. So we'll probably just hop up and +1 pass. I'll use an Enchantress here. We have 3 Frogifies in hand. Insane. No Firebringer gonna touch me. And then that +1 allows us to build our 7th and final lake up in his face for the Dreamweaver dash. Slinger. Unless we get Slingered here. Okay, it's just a Space Sprite. Okay, well that guy's a little bit annoying. But I think we kind of just win if we go Reaver face, right? I would have to hard produce the like... Yeah, I mean, Angry has literally no answers to this, right? And he's actually running like Flameburst and Wrath both. So I think we just win by doing this. We'll see what happens, but... you are on 8 HP after this. And then we could just play a Sanctuary. Force him to stand on this mountain some more. Alright, let's see how the other end of the bracket's doing. Looks like we're facing off against Martis if we win this match. Firebringer number 1. So he did find the numbers to kill us here. Little bit unfortunate. We could slow play it a little bit, just go for collections here. I can go collect. I can Frogify. This is going to be on 2. We can pop it. +1 and play a Trident Trainer. Slow playing doesn't feel amazing. I guess the other option is literally just hit face and dump a Trident Trainer aggro. He's got no cards left in hand. It might be a thing. A Cypher's Wrath. But we're gonna make him have it. I'm feeling pretty confident, so I don't mind playing super risky. And we also can just stand here so we don't get slapped for 14. So Martis actually beating Summerflame 3-0. Nasty. I know Summer was, oh, we did find the Wrath. Sadness. That is big sad. Alright, well, we might lose this one then. That's alright. That's okay. We'll counter with the green-blue beast then. I wanted it. I wanted it so bad. I threw everything in. Yikes. Gotta frogify that? Incredible. Got him. Alright. We'll keep things exciting yet again. So, we'll just play the beasts. Typically in this situation, you want to start with your weaker list. Just to gain information. I mean, I guess we could do that, but... yeah, typically you start with the weaker list. Yeah, just gain information so that you have your stronger list and know all the information you need. I mean, I guess we could do that, sure. Another thing to consider, though, is time bank. Might run out of time bank by doing something like this. I also don't think Rakoan's is that bad into this matchup, but just because there's no, like, AoE and no combaters, it's all just stats. We'll play this one for the content also, why not? We get shield mates. Yeah, this looks pretty good. The Raz help a little bit for our opponent. He gets to take out some little guys, but it's not a big deal. The bigger deal is like Recoacopter and Firestorm and Garridan. Actually, there's probably Garridan in this type of list, so we gotta watch out for that. And... what else? Yeah, just like combat hitters. We will try to chase this guy down, I think. With the shield mates, since we got that illusion in hand. Pretty juicy clear here if he doesn't buff, but I don't know. Unlikely he doesn't buff. Ooh, interesting top deck there. Another thing we want to do in this matchup is also like a land block. Finds an axe grinder. So it hurts a little bit, but we will go for the illusion. Nothing else really there. And we can also play a 6/6. Sorry, that's a 5/5. Not as exciting. I kind of want to drop this, though. We just won't step it in range. He can have his Axe Grinder spot. So we get a nice Illusionist, probably. Looks like he's just going... I would... I don't know. We'll see what he does. We'll see what he does. Seeing one Illusionist, sometimes I'd be convinced that there's not a second one, and it looks like he is not. We will try to fish for a Crystal Spice card here, though. First, see what we get. Spirit Spice. Ogre. Gotta be a little bit careful also of what I'm doing here, because my time bank's kind of running low, so I might want to just like be playing stuff here. Let's dump you. And we'll pass. Uses the Wrath. Doesn't take an aggressive mountain this time, we're going passively. Alright. Second Crystal Spice, round 2. Let's take a look. Warden. Oh, Polywog. I guess. We're gonna take a neutral somewhere. Probably like here. Double neutral. It doesn't really make sense though. Double neutral. We'll make a yak out of him. Yeah, I was excited about the Polywog. I don't know. I was like, ooh, we could double neutral and double collect, but it doesn't really accomplish that much. It's just a 7 Faeria guy in between the wells, which is unfortunate. There's our volley. We'll probably just take a volley. Yeah, no, I don't think I care. We will just take this. Okay. We'll do it this way. +1. I guess I could have dumped the shield mates there as a future collector. That's an option. But I think, honestly, we're just gonna go for something like Polywog or something. Send that aggressive, perhaps. How much are we on? We're on 7, so we can't afford a Polywog. Take a value trade. And 5/7's a great stat line anyways into this, so why not? Why not? Oh, I shouldn't have stepped this guy. This guy was guarding this mountain space. Whoops. Oh, we had the campfire, right? What? JT, you disappoint me. What is this? That is such a funky card. We're gonna go for maybe a big play. I'm gonna hit you in. Oh, sorry, I'm not gonna hit you in. I'm gonna do this. 3. Drain. This is a 5/5, by the way. We're gonna hit that in. And then we get this. Oh no, JT, come back. Alright, we'll wait for him to reconnect. We're kind of low on time bank here, which is unfortunate. But if we win this match, then we win the whole series, so we'll give him a shot. We'll give him a chance. I'm doing this for you, JT. You better have an answer to this. Okay. Oh, he's back. Well, either he has the double wrath or he doesn't. Well played. No double wrath. Alright, that's gonna close out our win then for this series. We will take the victory. Okay, so that's the semifinals. We're gonna move on to the finals against Martis. And hey, looks like our lineup's doing something. We'll have to play better though for those matches. I've been kind of a mess with the Reaver list today. I will get that match sorted, but I'm gonna take a quick break. We'll be back really shortly though, so don't go too far. Alright, welcome back everyone. This is now the finals of the Aurora Open number 4. We're facing off against Martis, a past tournament winner. Oh boy, I can see why he's made it this far. That's sure some deck covers. This is gonna be a tough ban. Which one am I gonna ban? I'm lost. I have no idea. I would like to ban like a Carassius list potentially. Now Carassius typically doesn't run very many forest cards. It'll run quite a few blue cards, so we might go for this ban. But other than that, hey look, there's an example of a ban hell that we talked about last time. So we'll try and just take that ban, I don't know. How many multicolored cards are there? We got 20... Oh, math. 34? I don't know, it could be literally anything. So, if Martis is smart, I think Racones is the ban here? Racones is pretty good into husk things, which I assume is what Martis is playing. Mix... Yeah, I would ban the Racones as Martis here. And honestly, we should be pretty fine, I think. I mean, I don't know what any of this stuff is. I don't know. We'll ban that one, this is my gut. Bans the Max. Okay. Okay. Well, we get the Racones open then. Pretty happy with that. But I'm going to save this one and use something else as a scouting deck though. Just to see what Mr. Martis is up to. Reaver might even be the... I don't know. Let's see. If it's mainly husk focused. And also, maybe we can analyze the numbers too. This is desert heavy, this is forest heavy, this is lake heavy. Maybe we want to save the Reaver for, like, something that requires Frogifies. Like maybe the green or something. So we will start with the beasts, perhaps. And we're going to go into the green heavy. I mean, this blue heavy as well, I suppose. Alright. So we'll see what happens. Okay, so we're going first. We can, again, keep that octopus, I think. Should find a starting creature. There's quite a few in this. There's like 9. There we go. Ancient Herald to start. We'll start with that forest. So there was a lot of numbers in this list. I'm going to expect there to be a lot of dual color cards. We're going to try to go down the opposite sides. He's going to follow. Oh, this one's the Crassius. Oh no, we missed. Alright. What's the game plan here then? To fight Crassius. We could try to dodge sides here. We could try with a double neutral to dodge sides. The Shifting Tide certainly helps. He might be running cards like Demon Wrangler or Sack Targets or something. But playing a slower game here anyways is going to help gather some information. And the Crassius is going to be the trickiest list anyways. Otherwise, we double neutral aggressive, and we can't really play anything with the octopus on board there. Or we try and pressure his collections. There's a couple options we can go for. What if we try to pressure collections instead? I don't know if going opposite side is gonna work. I guess we can decide that later. No, we can't. We have to invest the neutral this turn. We're gonna slow play it. We're gonna gather information this way. But in this particular type of matchup, if you're facing like a Crassius, there's a couple options. You can try and dodge the Crassius for as long as possible, or just go fully in and not care. But since I'm Beast also, it's going to be harder to contest this other side, I suppose. Oh, this land placement's so awkward. I want a forest up aggressive. I guess we can just build this a forest. I want to make a jumping octopus here. Forest. Step this guy. So we have flexibility on our next land. I want this ancient board to dash, right? So we can go forest, shifting tide, and then dash. I'd prefer this to be a lake, but it's not the end of the world. And we build this as a forest in case we top deck like Mystic Beast or something. Maybe we change our mind and we want this to be a lake instead. We'll see how it goes. And I step the Herald here in case he wants to step up, we can retreat. Steps back, though.
I'm so smart, I astound myself.
Okay, the step back is pretty smart. Means he gets to contest this a little bit longer. Wait. He's playing Rakoans? Humbling Vision's pretty good. We should be able to do this. Oh, I need a lake. God damn. That's awkward and annoying. That's super annoying, but I guess we just go for it then. This also could have been a 3-7, I realize. Yeah, we'll just play the boar back here to collect, I suppose. Our Ancient Herald, unfortunately, is not going to get very much value back here. And ideally, we want to keep our opponent off of collections, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen this matchup, so it's going to be a little bit tough. I think the only list that can really beat this is going to be Reaver. Which is tough. It's going to be a tough matchup. Possibly Martis had multiple Crassius lists as well. And that could have been the reason that he banned the mechs also. As opposed... Because I was assuming these were Husk lists, but they are not. They are Crassius. Oh. Yeah, so Martis might just simply win this series, because I have no answers to this list. And that's unfortunate. That's just what comes down to deck building and lineup consideration. We talked about the Crassius list, and I said I don't really care about it that much. And sometimes we get punished for it, which is unfortunate, but that happens. And yeah, so like not a ton I can do about this. We can take out this left side collection with the Hunt Down, though. That's something. So we will go for this. Takes out that shield mates. And we'll just step up this 5/6. Plant. I don't particularly want to play this Grizzly, actually. Do I? What is my game plan? Like, I lose if this steps up anyways. We'll just dump it then. And then the game plan's gonna be to keep him off 9 Faeria for as long as possible, I suppose, once that first Crassius dies. That is the only option. We can possibly get there with the Hunt Down, but it's gonna be tough. Frog Tosser? Just a swarm? Oh yeah, you get a value trade, fair enough. Alright, we can run away. Or we go for aggressive double neutrals, accept the trade. And he gets to creation. This is tough. I think we're going for aggro lands here. And we're just going to accept that the Crassius trade comes down and just hope he doesn't have creation. I think. This takes away one collection from him if we take this trade. And we have the option to like hunt down this, but it's not really going to accomplish that much. He has to have creation in hand right now, or else he can't play it. So we're playing around with the thresholds here of Crassius and creation, where I know that he's got, not necessarily has Crassius in hand, I suppose, with this guy, but we want to play around with thresholds, like the 3-lake threshold into 5 Faeria into creation, but then the next step up is, once this Crassius is dead, we need to play around the 9 Faeria threshold, where he can dump a Crassius and then creation on top. I don't think it's going to matter too much in this matchup though anyways. He can pretty easily dump 2 Crassius and they'll be safe, because I don't have a lot of removal options. I am a tempo list. And he doesn't go for the trades, so we get a little bit of payoff here. Oh, that is an excellent pickup. So we can go aggro now. Plus the Grizzly, and plus this value trade. It's another option to hunt down. What does hunt down accomplish? We want to kill this Crassius. So I'm on 5 HP. 3, 4, 5. So not ideal. I think we're just going to take the trade with this. We'll hang on to the hunt down for now as a surprise tool. Also a way to nab Crassius that may be on board. So he's not on 9 Faeria here, but potentially has the second copy of Crassius. One thing to point out also, because he's playing all of these other Rakoan cards, he's going to be a little bit more clunky in his combo. I suppose that was one thing I could have considered as well at the beginning of the game, where I was debating dodging side or going aggressive. If they're playing a lot of clunky cards, like non-blue cards, like shield mates, it makes them a lot slower than the typical Crassius list we've seen in the past, and so putting a lot of pressure on is probably a good option. Which is something I didn't consider, but I don't mind the position I'm in right now. It's still very losable, but I mean, we're still at a huge disadvantage in the matchup alone. But the way that the turns have shaped out, this is probably one of the best outcomes I could have hoped for. There's a third Frog Tosser. That was not something I was thinking I had to play around. Frog Tosser is still wreaking havoc on this game. Alright, we cannot invest hunt down in that both. One thing we could do here is go for value trades on right side, maybe? So you go up to 6, up to 7. I could play a hunt down here. It's a reasonable option. I don't know. Can hunt down this toad to deny collections here. 3, 5. Hitting face doesn't accomplish a ton. I think we're gonna do that. +1. And we will invest the hunt down, I believe. I guess we take the double collector. I'm just gonna take this guy. This guy's more threatening anyways, because this guy's on 2 HP, he gets to collect and kill it. Alright, Carassius wave number 2, so here's where we probably just lose. Pretty likely he gets the Carassius on this pull. Rapala, yeah. That was bound to happen at some point. Unfortunate, we got no collection spot for the fish to go in. Played, what, 2 Illusionists so far? Hopefully don't have to worry about a 3rd anytime soon. Alright, so Carassius is now, or Creation is now active. He has to top deck it though, because he's still not on 3 lakes. So we have to play a ruby fish here, and then we'll probably just +1. Yeah, we just have to hit face. He's got 7 damage lined up here, sadly. I don't know, man. This is pretty over. We'll kill the Carassius. That seems like the best option to me. And we could even double collect. Set up a fish and double collection spot like this. Is that worth it? I want a Mystic Beast spot actually, so this is probably worth it. And we only play 1 fish here. We don't need to play any of these. These are garbage cards. We need to save our Faeria for just simply top decks at this point now. Fish aren't going to accomplish anything. But this is nice for a Mystic Beast spot in the future. We did see 1 get bricked, so we only have 2 left in the deck. Now if there's a 3rd wave of Carassius, I guess we just lose anyways, so yeah, GG then. Doesn't really matter. We'll play it out until the creation comes down, and then we'll just surrender. Sadly, I think we just lose this entire series. Little bit disappointing, but it is what it is. That's how it goes. Not much you can do about it. Can't counter everything. Alright, there's a surrender. So we'll move on. Marta's taking the first victory. We don't have very much to answer this. We'll try with the Reaver. And if the Reaver doesn't win, then we pretty well lose. I guess like a Meteor off Crystal Spice is another way. I guess that's an option. Also the fact that he's a bit more greedy, it makes it kind of winnable. So I guess we shouldn't give up just yet. The The only reason I'm considering Reaver is because we can potentially sneak in a Dream Reaver. We have other options to frogify the initial Crassius. Which one's got the better chance? Top deck Meteor or... What's even the game plan here? Just sneak in a Reaver and maybe Frogify's help along the way. We have to get really lucky with the opening hand, though. We need a lot of Faeria to work with, so we need those structures. And just a starting creature. Got a lot of thresholds to play around here. We got the Illusionist thresholds, all the Crassius stuff. He's running Champion in this list. Or we just rush with Beirut. What do you guys think about just rushing? This matchup is essentially lost, I would say. We can go Lake, explore Lake, Lake, into Beirut. Oh, am I just throwing the match by doing this? We'll go for it. I honestly don't think this matchup's winnable anyway, so we'll try and land destruct and go that way, I guess. We're locked into it now. We don't have a choice anyways. I could have held on to the enchant potentially. Could have held on to the enchant just to get a lethal. Sturdy Shell's actually kind of cool. Considering we get to Beirut next turn, we get a little collector over here. This might work out. We'll see. Of course, he's got a lot of stuff here. We had 6, 7, 8. Already got 8. So, this might be a short-lived Beirut. What did we see in the last game? We saw Illusionist, which is active this turn, so he already has a kill on the Beirut, so GG already. How else can we play this? There's no other way to play this. It's just lost. So I guess we just dump the Beirut and hope for the best. Because holding the Beirut just means he gets more stats. So, either there's an Illusionist or there isn't. And yeah, show me the card. We'll probably try to, if it survives, we'll try to fight right side, I don't know. There's no shield mates on right sides. We can give it a go. Now he could land ramp here by double neutraling if he doesn't have an answer. It looks like he found an Illusionist, so GG then. Sad. Yeah, and so this is the card why Illusionist got... this is the list, I suppose, why Illusionist got banned, or nerfed, sorry. Because it's just ridiculously strong. Okay, I want to continue my land building, right? I guess we can drop an Enchantress here. I was thinking I wanted Sturdy Shell plus Enchantress, but realistically that means I have to +1. I want to be building more lakes. I think we'll just go this side and enchant. And then we have the option to Aurora this if we want. We have the option to collect as well. And the unfortunate thing is that Martis didn't even invest that much into the Beirut. Like, these are so efficient. It's nuts how efficient they are. I might actually just keep up the pressure, go for a collection, and dump a Tyrannex here. Of course, he's probably baiting me into an Illusionist that way. We want to build up to Fugoro. How likely is it there is a second one? What's our other options? We just hit face with Aurora, and then we lose a lot. Yeah, we just lose a lot. Because Aurora is just pressure that doesn't stick around. We get to hit face twice, maybe. I think we're gonna have to go for it this way. Hope that there's no Illusionist. If there is, what can you do? Can't play around it. Hey, maybe we end up getting to Dream Reaver after all. We're on 5 lakes, rushing. So that's, interesting. I'm very, very happy if there's no Illusionist. We get to Aurora then, but we'll see. No Illusionist! Oh, thank you, game. Oh no! It's even worse. What am I supposed to do to that? Run for Gorolands. For Goro, we're on 3 Faeria. Maybe we just dump a Sturdy Shell. So we go back and collect. Kinda need the collection. Yeah, we'll try for this, I think.
The sky is only the beginning.
So there is a Reaver. We could not play this Sturdy Shell. I'm a little bit worried about him just trying to find a top deck Illusionist, but we'll try to get a double collector here, double collector here, and that's quad collecting, and we're in kind of a good spot. It would be nice to get the Reaver down this next turn, but I don't know if we're going to find a space for him. Crassius is going to come down soon. Thankfully, though, Crassius hasn't popped off yet. We still have a chance to even top deck Frogify here. And there was no Illusionist last turn, so he's got a top deck it this turn, if he wants it. One unfortunate thing about this guy, though, is Frog Tosser. That's something I could have considered. Because Frog Tosser kind of just eats this in 2 turns. But if it happens, I guess we have Aurora. Can Aurora back, potentially? Alright, he's fishing for it. And he finds it. Perfect. Amazing. Oh my gosh. Incredible. No space is open for Dream Reaver. So we don't really have much choice. We just go back and collect some more. I'm thinking about playing this guy. That means playing Aurora. And then he just frog tossers us. I need an enchant here so I can kill this.
Would you like some tea?
I'm just gonna have to dump you there. If I had top decked enchant there, that would have been kind of cool. We could have killed off the 7-4. But the structure is kind of nice since we had that quad collection open. So hopefully we can get a little bit of value from this. All I need is a foothold on face to dash that Dream Reaver. And we're in a decent spot. Also would love to top deck Frogify in the near future for the first Crassius that drops. But the issue is, Frogifying Crassius is just so bad. Because then he just switches his game plan to creationing Frog Tossers. And we end up losing that way. But, I mean, I'd rather face a horde of Frog Tossers than a horde of Crassius, but I have to, unfortunately, invest 4 Faeria to do that, and that's 4 Faeria into, like, basically nothing. We give -1 attack to the Crassius. Okay. Amazing. Gameplay! Alright, Spellwhirl. See what you got for me. Fagoro! What if we go for like a big value Fagoro play? With Ulani's medallion somehow? I think we gotta pop this. He's only got 1 illusionist left. Let's think about this turn quick too. There's a lot to think about. Dream Reaver, 9, 10. Ugh. I'm gonna pop this. I don't know what the play here is, to be honest. I really don't know. Let's dump a big boy. I I think we're gonna try to go for some sort of Ulani's medallion play, but I don't know. It's not really that viable. It's an 11 Faeria combo, and I need Swarm on the boards. I probably could have just dumped a Sturdy Shell there. I didn't need the Reaver. No, my Sturdy Shell. How could you? That's so mean. That's so horribly mean. Wow. Amazing. Drops a 9/9? We find our first Frogify. I think I want to invest this in the champion. We get to collect no times. So we're stuck on 7. We could just Ulani's medallion. I mean, we might be able to outvalue. I don't know. It's got Gift of Rakoa in this list. I don't think Ulani's medallion's the play anyways. It's not gonna get us there. Let's go for Urn.
The sky is only the beginning.
Found that, but Frogify's a little more efficient. So our next win condition is probably just Spell Whirl into an amazing OP cards. RNG is the last hope for this. Did he creation the Figaro there? Wait, creation to the Illusionist? Really? No, he creation to the Figaro, okay. Well, that's the third Illusionist then coming down. Interesting. Interesting that he uses a creation up there then. We can try to get a collection, we can enchant and go for something. Let's enchant. And we'll collect over here. Sturdy Shell was another option. We could have gone for like enchant, kill, drop a Sturdy Shell into double collect. That was an option. Takes out the jumper and our Sturdy Shell is left untouched. Finds a buff. Potentially leaving open a dash land for me though. Plays a Carassius? Wait, he has 2 copies? Why did the first one exist? Alright, well, yeah, I don't know. Not much I can do with this matchup. Is what it is. Tis what it is. Yeah, so we can make an so the only way that the Rakoan match wins really is top deck Meteor. So we do a slow play, and then we Crystal Spice into Meteor, and that's our win condition. I guess maybe Doomsday can do something, but unlikely. It's gotta be Meteor. Alright, OP card. Hey look, we got something. But he's got a death touch on board. Doesn't matter. I need my time bank, I guess. It was +1 pass. Yeah, Barry's pretty useless, actually, in this situation. No card can really help. Not in this, not at this stage. There's a lie on boards. Yeah, I mean, we can just literally surrender here, but I'll win back some time bank just in case the Rakoans can beat it. Because, like I said, I mean, there's a 50-50 chance that we get Meteor. If we get all of our Crystal Spices, right? So maybe it's a 50-50 chance that we win the matchup. I don't know. Depends how it goes. Yeah, I mean, so beating Carassius is not too bad with decent lists. But green-blue tempo, and, like, a slow Dream Reaver like this is not really the way. Alright. Let's try and... We gathered some information. It doesn't matter, we'll just go. There's 4 neutrals in this. What are those? I don't know. I don't think I need to care too much. It's Meteor or we lose. That's literally it. So, we'll call up Abraham, ask for a Meteor top deck. If they decline us, we'll pack our bags, we'll go home. Alright, get rid of all that. The only way I would ever get back into that game in the past was with a Dream Reaver that could sneak in adjacent. That's really the only way. Or, like, if a Beirut survives and land destruction. So that's why we went for that one play. So, we'll see what he does next. I think slow playing is probably the game plan here. So we can dodge the Crassius and just wait for Meteor. Optionally, we can try to go aggressive, but I don't think it's gonna really work. I mean, maybe it works with, like, Illusionist in hand. Going down opposite sides. We lose because he's got buffs, though. We can't really fight those buffs. Oh, this is a tough call. What do I do here? I don't actually know. I don't think we never win a race. There's never a world where we win a race because he's got buffs. We do have Laya. But with Illusionists, I can also just go this side. Oh, what do I do this turn? There's no Crystal Spice in sight. You know what? I think I might be able to manage going aggro. Just because we can actually block this space with Illusionist. Yeah, we're gonna go aggro. That's the call I'm making. Hopefully it's correct. And then the 1/1 will drop. Hopefully that's correct. But I have no idea. It's gonna get a double collector. Oh, Crystal Spice. Okay, let's continue aggressive. See what we get. Meteor. Meteor. Meteor, please. Please, Meteor, please. Cobalt. 7 HP is pretty good. Meteor! Let's go! We're still in this. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's actually incredible. And he's grouped his lands. Wow. That's incredible. I'm so confused why he went sides, though. I think he just wins if he goes... down one side. I think he wins if he goes both sides. But now we have an option next turn. We have access to Meteor. It's not a great Meteor unless he invests a bunch of stuff. Or we just dump an aggressive Kobold Warlord as its face, and both options are fine. And I think we're gonna go for that option. Why is he playing nothing? What is going on? 3-4, not on Frog Tosser yet. We'll double neutral. Does he run Water Ellie? I need to save up for Meteor though. I can't play any backup collector here. Yes. Play more. Play more!
I'm so smart, I astound myself.
What's this? Oh good, a champion we can blow up. Oh good, a champion we can blow up. That doesn't take away too many lands. But that's okay, right? Do we win by doing that? If only I had one more so I could zip face with Illusionist. It doesn't take away the lands I was hoping it would take away, but it does take away those two big guys, so I guess we just have to take it. Build this land, or we build an aggressive land. Probably just this one. Let's hope for the best. Sorry, I can't hit face, I'm stupid. I don't know, there's no other way to do that though, right? There's kind of just no other way to do that, unfortunately. I don't know, I think that was still the play. I don't see any other line that would have been better there. At least we put him one turn away from Frog Tosser still. That is still a thing we did. And hopefully this guy gets to combat, and we get the stats up here aggressive. We'll probably dump a creature up here, to liken the chances that all the stuff up here gets combats. I'm gonna want to step this 1/1 up next turn to...
Would you like some tea?
Finds an Aurora. Could potentially block with Laya. If he doesn't play a land here... Yeah... So, right, so if I play Laya... Then I'm just gonna take this combat hit first then. I think Laya's a great blocker. So we'll take the hit first. Honestly, it doesn't matter which one it hits. I probably want it to hit this guy, actually. We will dump Laya. We will block the good Frog Tosser spot. Or we can step the 3/4 back to launch a Toad. Or, even better actually, we Illusionist to protect. I like this better. We step here. Yeah, I like this better. Protect this so we play around our Frog Tosser lines. And in case there's two Frog Tossers, I might actually just zip right up here. Because this protects our Recruiter. Leaves limited lands for the Frog Tossers to hit. Yeah, Panico saying Scourge Flame Spectre can go a long way as well with the Rakoans. And Dreamweaver. Yeah, Scourge Flame could be cool. I'm very happy with the position I'm in right now with that 8/7 threatening face too. That feels really good. We actually got the top deck Meteor. That was crazy. And the Laya was honestly pretty clutch in this position too. The sluts are 8/7 hit again. So, luck panning out in our favor. We'll see if he has an answer to it. I didn't see any Humbling Visions in the past 2 games, so I guess there's no Humbling Vision. Illusionist. And then just gonna have to hard slap it. And we can protect this 8/7 once again, I believe. So we got him down to 7 HP. Can we do anything super exceptional with this? Oh, we don't have very much Faeria to work with. Ooh, go back and collect. We're on 5. We can go 9. We can go up to 5. We 1 damage short. I guess we just go for it. If I had a little bit more Faeria, I could volley my own Illusionists. But we're 1 damage short. Do we just go for it? Or is this guy gonna die and then that gets value traded? Should be fine. We get this on board. We get this on board. And there's a chance we get this to proc, but it's really unlikely. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, he just surrenders? Fair enough. Yeah, I was thinking too hard about that, I guess. Okay. 2-1. Managed to beat the Crassius. I hope we don't have to play through that again, though. We got a clutch meteor there. Let's try and calculate numbers before we go on. How to see which list he's playing, I guess. 19, 12... 5, 12 plus 5 plus 19. Let me use a calculator. Twelve plus 5 plus 19 is 36. There's 2 dual colored cards in this. Probably another Crassius. Okay. Crystal Spice is a good start, I guess. Kind of want, like, stuff to play. I kind of want to keep this. Going first, we get to build to 3 lands, so it's not awful. Okay, so we get punished a little bit, but that's okay. We will manage Forest. Start with Forest. This gives access to both of our dual color creatures, our starting creatures. So if we top deck it next turn, then we're alright. Sacrifice. Okay. Rewarded. Gotta think about Time Bank a little bit here. These are going to be slow, grindy matches, and I got 2 games to get through. Now in the Sacrifice matchup, we might want to go a bit fast. I guess we're again hoping for Meteor top deck off Spice. Alright, he's playing kind of weird cards. I want to use my Time Bank on this turn to... Beautiful. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. We could possibly Colossus this game. We're playing 1 event, 2 event, 3 events. And then it's a 7/7. Pretty convincing we're playing all those events too, so I think I like the Colossus here. Pass. Okay. Now, typically you don't want to play cards like that if you're not going to invest the card right away. But I want to make good use of my Time Bank because there's going to be a lot of thinking turns upcoming. Now, since I have Ulani, I might actually sidestep here. I don't know. What is this? No! Why are you running so many Carassius? There's so many Carassius. Oh. I hate it. We could contest this, but we really want to go for a meteor, right? Let's do this. I go down to 6. If I Ulani... I want to do this. This becomes wild. Oh, I can't play Spirit Theft. Never mind. This was probably a mistake now that I think about it. Well off of Meteor now. I was just thinking I wanted the extra collectors on board, but now I'm pretty far away from Meteor. So we'll see how that goes. I had to invest the 7/7 there too, so I didn't overdraw my hands. Got a lot of stuff in hand here. The risky thing about these next two matchups also is I don't know what I'm facing. So we kind of gotta scout while we're playing, and yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Okay. Go for Illusionist here. Probably Theft. Might even double Theft here. I don't know if that's particularly worth it. I think we'll just leave it. He can have that one extra collection. He's on 15 here. It's fine. So what are some potential silly cards we have to play around? Doomsday? Maybe... Unlikely he runs Doomsday. That's really silly cards. But there are more Carassias coming. Wait, plays Laya into the 5-2? He must have an answer to it. Steps in trade range? No answer? Interesting. Very interesting. We're gonna slow play a little bit to gain access to Meteor. Carassias number 2. Creations it. This is a pretty big meteor, though. We're on meteor, right? I'm on 5, yeah. We can meteor. So it pulls away a lot from him, especially if he invests a piranha there. Yeah, this is a good meteor. Goodbye, fish. I'm gonna have to use my stats to trade this, but that's okay. This way. And now he's on 1 lake, and I think we win. Gotta play a little bit quickly because I want my time bank. I guess we got plenty of time. Well, 12 minutes. So again, they're grindy matches. So I would like to have as much time bank as possible. Yeah. Manages to find the Crassius swarm, Jesus. Alright, we gotta think about this a little bit. I need a sack. Can I have sack, please? I can't really draw. I need to hit face with this. Oh man, what's the play here? Probably just keep that open. Colossus? Should have double neutraled then. Scourge Flame will help. Yeah, I should have double neutraled then, and then I would have been able to Spirit Theft this for free, because like Colossus would have costed 5. I guess I could have still done that, but... Should have stepped that back too. Whoops. I think he runs Radiance. Yikes. Get as much damage as we can. Hopefully finish with the Scourge. But we might not even need to. Missed combat hit, but that's okay. We should be fine. Okay. Found the win there. 2-2. This game. It's giving me a aneurysm. We're on 30? Wow, that's a lot. There are 11 crossover cards, 11 multicolored cards in this. I suppose some could be... Are there triple color you would run? That's a lot. There might be like Spirit Spice. There might be... Okay. 2 neutrals, 8 forests, 9 deserts. Those are things we have to consider. I don't know if I have the brain power for this. Am I going to be able to memorize these numbers? 2 neutrals, 8 forests, 9 deserts. And a lot of lake cards. Alright, we have plenty of time bank left. We got like 10 minutes, I think. Maybe 9 or 10. So let's try and analyze what these colors could be as the game plays out, I guess. Alright. Okay, we will toss all of this. And we get some starting creatures. Not bad. We'll start with a turn 1. Next line we want is Forest. Forest lets us play all of our other starters on this side. We have a mountain for the cannon carrier, or the cannoneer. Could go for Lake here in case he's super aggressive. Actually, I'm gonna go for Desert. Desert. No, we're gonna go Forest. I was thinking I wanted to get access to this Illusionist in case he's super aggressive, but this is quite a ways off. I do want to get that Shield Mates down, I think. We can just Swarm. We don't have to go to Illusionist. So this is one unfortunate thing about the Reveler, why it's like not the best. It means your starting lines get kind of messed up. We could have started for the Illusionist, the Shield Mates, but considering I had 2 Revelers, I think it's wise just to go for the Mountain play. Get one of those cards out of hand at least. Okay, it's gonna go on opposite side anyways. Oh my. That is an Ancient Herald. Oh! Oh, I'm so stupid. What? Oh no. Why have I done this? That's so game losing. One misbuilt land is just so game losing. That hurts. Oh, that's so bad. That is actually so awful. We are now 3 turns away from our Illusionists. Come on. Wait, what? Passive? I thought he was like going tempo or something. I'm so mad at myself. Let's dump the Shield Mates in case of training. Gotta keep an eye on my time bank as well. And that octopus is gonna step up so we can maybe plant a Laya there to fight. I'm gonna guess he's running Crassus in this as well. I'm gonna be very careful with my button clicks now. Apparently fatigue is setting in. Make sure those button presses are the right ones. Wants to threaten a double collection. Alright, we're Carassius number 2.
Smart, I astound myself.
Let's top deck that Crystal Spice again. Give me Meteor. There he is. There's a creation on top of it. Incredible. I think I'm gonna go for double neutral. We can get a value trade on this guy potentially with an illusionist in the future. I'm gonna go for double neutral. Now the structure is going to block me a little bit, so I don't really want to plant too much over here. Sorry if I'm not giving as much commentary. There's a lot to think about with these matches. And Time Bank's gonna come in to play probably at the end of this. So I gotta be thinking every single turn about what's happening next. Crystal Spice, again, is just gonna be my savior here. We really want to find a Crystal Spice. Wow, Destructive Volley. Amazing. Actually finds a target for it. We'll have to invest the Illusionist into that. Potentially. Running Horsemaster in this. So he gets to block my collection. Extremely rude. Ulani is amazing. Let's just play this. Still need to play a desert. Okay. Let's dump this. Let's desert potentially collect. We want to illusionist one of those, collect Cannoneer. I don't have land space. We do that up. I just played the Ulani. I don't have land space for this. So the illusionist needs to go somewhere else. Ah, No, that didn't work. That was not correct. That was not the right one. We missed a collection. Okay. That was a complicated turn. I was trying to get the right lands, but it wasn't mathing out super well. Wavecrafter. I need to draw into Crystal Spice, and I think that's my one hope, so we're just gonna keep drawing from now on, I guess. Without Crystal Spice, I just don't have it, but I need to invest this stuff now also. God, I don't have land space for anything at all. Let's kill the Wavecrafter. It's a bit pricey, but we're gonna go like this. Wait, I can kill this guy? An Illusionist? Now Wavecrafter is end of opponent's turn, so I don't need to be pressured into playing anything here. We'll pass. Of course, it's just inevitable once he draws his next Carassius, so we need Meteor. Meteor or bust? No. We'll take a look. Boulder Thrower? Oh, this is a question, isn't it? Doomsday Spectre. I honestly don't think we can win with Doomsday. Kinda want to pick this. It might be a mistake. We will see. But I'm actually going to dump a Boulder Thrower here. This doesn't feel like a great trade with Spirit Theft, but I'll take it. I think that's it. I gotta watch my time bank, 5 minutes. Maybe I should have put the 1/1 down. No, then he just value trades that one. We don't get to kill this one. Oh, sad. Alright. Unfortunate. How big's this boy? Is he big enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. We need one more stat and we can get that. One more stat, that's it. Sure wish that time bank was accurate, though. I need to know what my time bank is without having to constantly scan over at it. We'll use one collection here. Humbling. We're well off of Scourge Flame. I think that might be it. I have fallen quite far behind in collections here. Next tournament, I'm bringing full burden. I hate doing all this math in the morning. Oh wow, it's 2 p.m. Is that really 2 p.m.? This tournament has gone on a while, huh? 5-hour stream. Yeah. Amazing. Man, can we ban Crassius? I'm actually on board with banning Crassius. I hate it. I want it gone. It's just so annoying to play against. What are you supposed to do if you... I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it. I hate everything. I hate everything. So I will say, Crassius is a very beatable deck. It's just so mind-numbing to play against. And that is now something I'm taking issue with. None of this matters. He's got a creation in hand. Yeah, GG, I guess. I don't know. Rough. So we had the Doomsday. I couldn't afford it this turn though, so I don't think it would have made a difference. And again, he's got the follow-up Crassius. Yeah, Doomsday just doesn't really get me there. I'd have to have like 2 shield mates on board or something. Then Doomsday. So it was a close option, but I was really hoping that Boulder Thrower would stick around. That was really kind of my best bet. Wave crafter. Maybe this wave crafter will give me a doomsday. How about that? No, that can't happen. It literally can't happen. I guess we could get Windfall. Kind of need double collection for Windfall though. So I'm only on 6, 7, 8. No, you need triple collection to play Windfall with wave crafter on board. Huh. Shifting Tide. Rude. Rude.
Would you like some tea?
And a tow ship. We take this out. Or we value trade. We'll take this. Should have drawn, I guess. Oh, miss. Wait, Martis is on 16 seconds? Hang on a sec. Hold on. I thought that was like way higher, but because of bugs it doesn't work and he doesn't realize it. And is mine on 16 seconds? What just happened? That was not. That is so funny. Oh my god. I mean, I would like to say that was not well deserved, but I'm gonna take it anyways. I'm gonna take that victory anyways. That is so funny. We messed up our lands in that early game. We had to fight Crassius 3 times in a row. I'm gonna take the victory where I can get it. That comes down to not paying attention to your time bank and playing slow grindy lists, and we won somehow. I can't believe that. That's insane. That is absolutely insane. I was not paying attention to that time bank. There is a bug, for those who don't know, where the time bank is running down, but it'll pause while it's your turn. Very annoying, but you need to pay attention to that. and Martis just ran out of time at the end. Wow, I'm baffled. I'm absolutely baffled. Well, our lineup ended up winning. This is the lineup that we spent some time constructing. I had a whole length stream constructing this. If you want to check that out, be sure to check the link at the end of this video. I'll post a link in the description as well to that. And yeah, apparently it paid off and we won. So, GG's, I guess. GG's. Wow. I'm absolutely stunned. Well, there is one more open coming up for this Aurora season. That is coming up on 2 weeks from now, which is March 25th on a Saturday. So if you want to catch the last open of the season, be sure to sign up. Apart from that, it's just going to be the seasonal cup. So I hope to see most of you there. And other than that, I hope you enjoyed. That was an exciting one. See you guys in the next one.